Welcome, everybody. Hello. Hello, everybody. Anybody who's watching, nobody have 0 views right now, so that's good. This is my channel. Somebody switch your alarm off, please. This is Devon and myself and some of his friends, specifically Devon facing his female viewers, female fans. So we have Mocha in the chat right now.
Hi.
Hello, Mocha. How are you?
I'm good.
I know, you're getting all nervous
waiting
again.
to go paint a church.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How's that
They
working?
want these PV Playhouse colors, and it's gonna look ugly because they want like neon pink next to a neon green with like a neon yellow smiley face.
I like that. That's the kind of church I'd want to go to.
Can you start by painting demonic symbols and then covering it up so it looks normal?
That's what I normally do.
So Mocha, I understand that you're a fan of Atheist Rue. Atheism-is-Unstoppable.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome. I love his content mostly. Like, the first thing I watched of his was pretty much him doing a rant on TYT, and I'm like, finally, someone who else that gets it. Because it was, like, I watched one episode, and I was like, they're fucking stupid.
Fair point. Devon, what's your response to that accusation?
I think it's funny that I'm drawing people to my atheism channel on videos that have nothing to do with atheism. That's pretty awesome.
When was the last time your channel even addressed atheism?
I know. That'd be awesome. I should do like a straight up video about like why I'm an atheist, just to throw people off.
Yeah, that'd be like Jacqueline Glenn's channel, though.
But you know what it is? I was just talking to my girlfriend about this. Like, there's atheism 1.0 and 2.0, but I sort of understand it when it's coming from the South of America. Like, they're still in the phase of let's make fun of Christians. And I understand there's a lot of meat on that bone, but if you're hanging out,
yeah.
I mean, if you're out in Europe,
I could
there's
take one
no
video
point.
camera and just show you so much stupidity in like one day.
I'd like to see that.
And I don't think any of us really truly know just how horrible it is out there. I mean, what are the percentages in Tennessee, for example?
I can't give a exact percentage, but I know that I can walk to 5 churches without breaking a sweat.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's easy.
And they're always packed.
Yeah, in Texas it's this.
It's not going anywhere, is it? Are there a lot of Donald Trump supporters? Because I just got the most insulting
Actually,
comment
no.
ever. Really?
He's
Some
kind of
guy
a
told
joke.
me-
Yeah,
Oh my God.
it's more of a joke run. Like, everybody's like, yeah, Donald Trump, and then they'll say like, he went bankrupt 4 times, but it's fine.
But who is going to be the Republican representative if it's not Donald Trump?
I hope it's Donald Trump so the other person wins.
Yeah.
No, but what if he's running against Hillary? There is no winner out of that race.
You'd had to pick Hillary out of those two.
Are you you're not loving on Hillary?
Come on, she has boobs. Like, go with the boobs.
Yeah, but she's
Yeah.
like 70. I mean,
Hashtag boob wins.
Ageism on top of sexism. I see.
Josh.
Beautiful. We can't be as young and fresh and tight as you, Josh.
what can I say? I work out.
Young and tight.
No, but I hear your point. I think she wanted to obviously be president last time around, but those 8 years, that's a big chunk of time to hold off on that.
Right.
Well,
and
if I can say...
she was like 60 the last time she was running.
Oh, yeah.
What's all the email shit, though? That's the thing that puts me off her.
Yeah, that's just pretty much their main thing they're going with right now, just because they have nothing else really to go on.
Emailgate?
She's just
Emailgate is still going on.
Oh my God, Emailgate makes Benghazi seem like a big deal. Like there's nothing about it. Who cares?
Hello, Christiana.
Hello, Christiana.
Wow.
2 women! I can't handle it.
What's the percentage in here?
I think I just had a heart attack.
Oh, we're up to 40% women in here?
Christiana, can you say anything, honey? Hello? Yeah, Christiana's having audio problems, but
no.
I don't know what's happening.
Please.
That's okay.
Is Christiana's child another woman? Because that would count as 3 women in here.
Yes,
Yes, it
absolutely.
is.
Because I believe in life starts at conception, obviously.
I believe life starts before then.
Yeah, but I've seen
Agreed.
Christiana's baby is alive and kicking. The thing
Oh,
is
yeah.
trying to burst out of
Literally.
that. Oh yeah. Speaking of bursting out, Mocha, what's going on with your chesticles here?
Somebody had to say it, eh?
You guys haven't discussed that already?
No.
No.
Oh,
I'm a polite
come
Canadian.
on. Oh, that's right.
Well, I blame genetics because
No,
I'm honestly the smallest in my family. So
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Like my girlfriend, who's German, I met her grandmother and her grandmother's sister. It was a lot of tit at the table. Like it was a lot to take in. I didn't know how to.
My 92-year-old German grandmother has
yeah,
size
I'm only a
G.
size E, but I'm still growing.
Well, I mean, I think. Well, if you're going to discuss breast size, I think we should all just tell you how large our dicks are at this point. Josh,
No comment.
look at Josh measuring from the bottom of his balls.
Well, we know yours, Devon. It's 9 inches. Apparently.
Oh yeah.
9 inches. 9 inches.
Well, it depends what kind of clown mirror you're looking into.
That was actually my favorite part of the whole video because I couldn't quit laughing.
Oh,
And then I was listening to you while I was painting a. I think it was also a church that I was painting at that time, and they just couldn't understand why I was laughing.
What, you had me on like headphones or something?
Mhm.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that white woman, God, was she a racist? Or she was racist, but she was also just guilt-ridden. Oh,
Yeah.
I kind of want to find her again, though. I don't even know where I found that video. I get the feeling she's not done yapping, you know? There's
Who
more
was that,
to
Devon?
explore.
I'm sorry, Devon. Who was that?
The woman with the... actually, a lot of people didn't realize she was a woman. She was wearing all black, and she was talking about how, are you proud, white people? What are you
Oh,
proud
that
of?
one. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
But that video you did, you were responding to that, but she'd made that video like a year ago. Is that right?
Could have easily been that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like 9 months or something. But
Mhm.
there were some awful comments on there from previous people who viewed the video. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I often find that reading through the comments of like a hideous video is just the icing on the cake. It's just, it takes it to the next level where it just, I was watching a racist video today. This black gay guy.
Oh, him.
Yeah, this black,
Gazi Kadzo or something?
yeah,
He's
Black Hitler.
Insane.
I mean, but his commenters are just
So-
even worse.
So do we know that that's a man? Because I can't tell.
Mm. Well, it's got to be a man, yeah. Got to be.
Yeah, it's very effeminate.
I was actually, let me throw this out to the crowd here. I was researching the stats about gays and the racial breakdown of that, and there's more black gay people than white gay people by like a couple percentage points. And I'm curious as to what you guys think about that.
Evolution.
That would take me by surprise.
You think it's? Did you say evolution?
It's just evolution.
We're evolving to be more gay.
Well, I think maybe it's an evolutionary process that that's happening so to lower populations. So that's kind of where I go because I'm bisexual and that's the way I see it.
Really? Are you straight like 50-50 on it, or are you leaning
Yes. No, I'm 50-50.
one way? So if you've gone like with 3 guys in a row, do you like intentionally?
Yeah, I'm all like I have to make this even. I'm
Mhm.
equal opportunity.
Woo! What the hell do we have here?
Okay, we have don't say anything. We have Boris. We know Boris anyway.
It's my sister.
Oh really? This is Catherine.
He smuggled his way on.
Yeah.
Boris.
Devin, that's racist.
This is Catherine, who is the brother of Boris, who we already know.
And I think Boris
Hello,
is
everyone.
coming out as well, isn't he?
Boris looks,
Keanu Reeves.
dude, Boris looks like a rock star. That's like Russell Brand. Beautiful.
Boris is Keanu Reeves when he was in that first movie called.
I'm not kidding, Boris. You should
Hello there.
That should be the new look.
That is for African.
Don't start
Alright.
talking Chinese.
No French.
Oh, whatever.
You can't
So
tell through
sorry.
the laughing. It's okay.
The catfish.
From America, that's all the same language.
You get it? Huh?
Non-American.
Americans can tell German and not German.
All right, just so we can get some clarity back. Catherine Lowe,
Yes.
I have a particular kangaroo that might want to talk to you.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Can...
I can hear you.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. What about you?
Oh, well, I'm having a good night. I took a little nap, so I'm fresh and ready to talk.
Oh. I'm just so sorry because we have technical problems, so we try to resolve it
Oh, yeah,
as
work
fast
it
as
out.
possible.
I love the look of your room. It's all pink, all these pink tones. Very
It's not
feminine.
my fault.
Oh, okay.
Je crois que c'est bon là. Non?
Just emphasizing the girl. That's all it is. Emphasize.
Yeah,
Non, je dis
beautiful.
Bah, c'est pas grave, tu veux que je t'écoute? Non?
We'll try to do something. Sorry.
Je démonte.
Ouais, démontre.
What?
Do you hear some echo now?
No.
No echo.
No?
Good.
No echo. Oh, great.
That is so
Boris.
cool.
Boris, may I ask you, do you have lipstick on?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Man, he's going all out. This is beautiful.
Hey, it works, Boris.
I'm the only one who played the game. I'm disappointed. I mean, you don't even show your face.
I love you, Boris, man. This is awesome.
No
I'm taking,
homo.
I'm taking screen caps all stop.
Absolute insanity. I love it.
This is going to be my new desktop background.
She looks more like a girl than me.
No, you look lovely.
So, is everyone here lifelong atheists? Because everybody here, except for Devin and Boris, knows that I'm not. And I was kind of wondering if everybody could just say their, how they became atheist, or if there was like a certain event.
Mhm.
Non, mais je comprends pas.
Oh, who will start then? So.
Anthony, what about you? Okay,
I have to mute my mom doing other stuff. I'm trying to get this thing organized, people.
Oh, okay.
I'll go first.
Yeah, go.
I have two Christian ministers who are my parents, so I was raised as a Christian, and I deconverted when I started college, mostly by listening to George Carlin, oddly enough. Some of his rants on Christianity and just his books like Napalm and Silly Putty, he has some great rants on how human sacrifice must have started, and that just got me thinking. And from there it was just downhill. I took a few introduction to religion courses, and then I started to realize that there's no limit to what people will make sacred, so why is Christianity any different?
Was
Josh's
all of,
confirmation that college is Satan. Right there.
Absolutely.
He's proved it.
yeah, it's funny to hear the Christians freak out about their disciples going to college and like hearing new ideas. They're like, we got to stop that. We got to like sort of lock it down before they get to college. Josh, did your parents freak out? I mean, was that a whole process?
They didn't really freak out. My parents have been really patient throughout this process. We don't really have a lot of discussions about what we believe and why. I've had some long nights where my dad and I have talked, and I control the conversation because he gets very, very animated very quickly. So I will actually tell him, hey, look, you're getting really angry right now. You're getting really agitated. You need to calm down. We're talking about what I believe. We're not addressing anything about you right now. You were asking me questions about how I came to the decision that I did, and really just throttling the conversation back to keep them past that threshold of I'm going to hurt stuff.
But he's got to take it personal. I mean, if you're a minister and your child is
Right.
an atheist. You
Well, he's not a practicing minister anymore. He's still ordained, but he hasn't been a practicing minister for something like 10, 15 years. It's been a while. I grew up in the church, though, and we moved a lot, so.
and you're an only child, right?
No, I have a sister who now lives in Tennessee.
And is she atheist? One of us?
I don't know because we're kind of estranged from each other.
Nice.
The really short version is she went crazy. She joined the Navy. She decided she didn't like the Navy, so she went to a lot of effort to get herself kicked out of the Navy. She ended up in Iowa for 5 or 6 years, and then she ended up down in Tennessee just in the last month.
Wow.
She's married. She has 4 kids. She
Whoa.
just had her 4th kid. Yeah.
Whoa.
She married a Mormon.
You buried the lead. Yeah, there you go. Christ.
Was it Skippy?
No, but he's like 8 years older than her, and he's been balding since he was 30. So
Something wrong with bald?
Yeah.
nothing wrong with bald. Bald is a choice.
Whoa.
Bald is a choice.
Hair is
He is balding. He is not willing to accept the fact that he is losing his hair and making the cosmetic change to clean that up. He has a big spot in the middle of his head that is just bald, and he's got that what is it, the Ring of Fire thing going, where you have that bald spot surrounded by the hair, and he just won't give up on it.
I've never heard of it as the Ring of Fire. It seems like a desperate attempt.
Christiana,
Okay, can anybody hear me?
Sorry. Hello.
Hi. Okay.
Hey.
I'm fully on here on my phone.
Okay, we have. I will introduce you, Christiana. This is Christiana.
Hi.
She has a baby kangaroo in her tummy.
Yes.
And
a little baby flying monkey.
Yes.
Thank you, V.
There you go, Devin. There you go.
Hi.
Talk to Devin.
Hello. Yeah, pleasure to meet you. We're just
Hi.
talking about Josh and his atheistic background, and we're discussing when we joined the dark side, basically.
All right.
But I love the video you sent me of your stomach. That was fascinating. I watched it like 12 times.
Gosh. Yeah, it cracks me up. I had a lot, actually. She was moving around for a good 30 minutes while we were listening to you. It was really funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was going to post it on I posted one little snippet on my Facebook, but most of them, you were talking about Islam, and anytime, that Islam is mentioned on my Facebook, everybody freaks out. So I figured that if I showed a video of my baby moving to you calling it a death cult, it wouldn't be that great.
Is that controversial, or am I?
Well, to the PC police over here.
Yeah, I guess it is on Facebook too, because I don't know about you guys. I basically abandoned Facebook because I could not deal.
Me too.
I could not deal with my liberal friends from high school, and I'm a liberal, but they are like liberal.
Oh yeah, and surprisingly, there's a lot here in Oklahoma. A lot of 20 to 25-year-olds who are just
know it all.
Horrible. Oh yeah.
But you're a 20 to 25-year-old.
Yeah, I'm 21.
But like, do you have to bite your tongue? Because I will see a post from somebody on Facebook, and it will just make me so furious, and I just cannot not respond to them.
Well, actually, I mean, sometimes I do, but if I do respond, usually I'll see, that a lot of people have been going back and forth on that comment, and I just won't look again because I just don't want to get into it with these people because they don't, I mean, I've been called everything in the book, and there's no point in trying to,
What do you get called?
Islamophobe, xenophobe, racist, everything.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's impressive.
She's a xenomorph, not a xenophobe.
Have you been called a new Nazi?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, actually.
I get called that because I'm like third-generation German, and my grandfather only speaks German, and when I'm around him, everybody's like, "Oh my God, they're Nazis."
Boca, my 92-year-old grandmother was a member of the Hitler Youth.
Wow.
That's hot. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, how do you take it? Because some people can easily be offended by having these labels sort of flung at them in public. It's kind of jarring.
Oh, I mean, I don't really mind. I just don't want to get into it half the time because it's not like they're listening to what I'm saying. So.
Well, that's one of the things I want to address to the ladies is this whole idea of being confrontational, because I'm trying to figure out why there's not so many girls that like my channel, and I just think in general, is it safe to say, is it fair to say that men are more confrontational than women, and like we gravitate towards conflict?
I don't know. I know a lot of girls around my age who are pretty confrontational about stuff like that, especially if it has to do with Islam or the, culture war, anything. I mean, and I mean they'll get all over that. So I don't know. I guess maybe I see more guys doing it, but whenever I see the girls getting into it, I mean, they just won't stop. So.
Like, I, for one, have never seen a young woman, let alone any woman, on a YouTube channel, like, going after the topics I'm going after and being this combative.
Yeah.
Right.
I just don't see it. I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what my YouTube channel is kind of going towards. But I hate to say this, guys, but I actually have to go. I have to go to work.
Knew Mocha. Don't you worry about it, honey. Don't you worry about it.
It's nice to meet you, Mocha.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you coming on.
Thanks,
Bye,
Mocha.
Mocha.
Bye.
And
Bye.
Devin, you never sent me my picture that I wanted.
Oh, no, send me an email. We'll handle that. We'll
right.
get that sorted out.
Okay, so we've got... Okay. Bye, Mocha. Bye.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Who all is on here? I'm having
so
a
we
really
have-
difficult time understanding this.
Okay, Christiana,
Yes.
push your face. We've got... we have Malika on as well.
Okay.
Hello, Malika.
The Brit.
Hello. Can you hear me, by the way?
There it is.
We
Hello.
can hear you.
Hello.
The British are coming. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Malika.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
You too. Welcome to my channel. We
Thank
have... I know you're not here for me. I know you're here for the talent,
Oh,
which isn't
please.
me.
The kangaroo.
Oh,
The kangaroo.
God. I'm just the best.
You are. You're just perfect in every single fucking way. Malika, tell me a little bit about yourself. Or tell us all about something about yourself.
I'm an ex-Muslim and an ex-Christian.
Wow.
Wow.
Dude, that's a resume. Damn. That's a story, too. What happened there?
I was Christian first, and then my Christian family disowned me when I turned Muslim. And then my Muslim family disowned me when I turned atheist. I've watched a Dark Matter 2525 video, and suddenly just became atheist over time.
What do you have against the Jews? Why haven't you given them a shot?
Oh, they're just nasty, horrible people.
And
They're
there was
after your gold.
there's no graduation for. It seems like weird. It almost seems backwards. It seems like it would be more natural to go Muslim, Christian, Jewish, atheist. But you took it the other way.
My mum was a Christian. My dad's family is Muslim. Didn't have any Jews.
And what do you plan on being after you're an atheist?
Oh, I don't know. Buddhist, maybe.
Yeah, I got a few suggestions. Have you entered the realm of anti-theism?
Yes.
Is it possible to be an atheist and not anti-theistic? Like, I just can't even believe that exists.
Maybe they're like friendly atheists or progressive atheists.
Weak atheists.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would love to
I
interview them.
don't- Oh, sorry. Yeah, I knew, but I don't think that they are as confrontational as you are. I think the atheists they say, yeah, Christianity maybe it's against secularism, but it's culture, so we should respect that, etc.
Yeah.
Boris, I have to say, Boris, I'm having a really difficult time taking you seriously.
Yeah, I know that. Just take me as a trans woman, maybe.
Oh my God. Boris, this reminds me of my trip to Thailand. Looking at you.
That's something you want to confess there, Devin.
Yeah, well, I got a massage when I was in Thailand. I was in Phuket, and about, I'd say, 3/4 of the way through, I realized that it was a man massaging me, not a woman. That was an experience. Yeah, fun.
Devin,
Yeah.
what made you want to do a women's hangout?
Well, because you guys are the silent minority, and it's a group that you never hear from. I mean, I know what these hangouts are about. I'd have the same 10 people in here every time, and it's guys, and it's just, I mean, the internet is guys. It's all guys. I don't know what you women are doing. And, you know, it's like Gamergate. Can you believe we're talking? How much shit has Gamergate gotten?
Yeah.
You know, does any woman in the world care about Gamergate outside of
I do.
Sarkeesian? Who?
I
Sure.
care about Gamergate.
Exactly. Okay, well, explain that to me.
Gamergate is about ethics in journalism, and then the feminists have jumped on it and basically tried to make it about sexism.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, you can't see it right now, Malika, but I am bro-fisting you through my screen.
But you have to
I-
admit that the vast majority of women could not care less about gamer dorks out there.
It depends on what your hobby is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a generational thing. I think if I grew up where there were kick-ass games like there are now, I'd probably be a full-on.
It isn't that day, and I can understand why people of our age, and I'm talking 40 plus, don't really understand what Gamergate's all about. But my understanding, and somebody can tell me I'm full of shit, but my understanding of it is that Gamergate should have been about ethics, journalistic ethics within the gaming industry.
Yeah.
And what that means basically is that you don't have a well-known gaming journalist fucking a woman that's making or is part of making the game that you're then going to review in your magazine and give it 9 out of 10. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's about journalistic integrity.
Exactly.
You don't want them lying.
Right.
Okay, but in general, and a more basic analysis of it is, it's a bunch of women calling a sector of guys sexist, and they don't like it.
That's all that I've heard about it. I have really only heard about the, female characters being damsels in distress and having big tits.
Oh,
and that's
fuck Anita.
all I've heard about it. So I don't know anything about the journalistic aspect of it. I just haven't heard about that part of it. So
I noticed that you have an Xbox, Christiana.
an Xbox? No, I have Billy and I have a PlayStation 3 that we share. Yeah, I'm not.
Noob.
Yeah. Well, I don't really like Xbox as much anyway from what I've played. I'm not a big gamer. I'm not gonna, say that I am. I'm not. But anything that I will play, I've liked more on the PlayStation rather than the Xbox. But maybe that makes me a noob. I don't know.
It seems to me that the gamers are pretty hardcore and obsessive about it. Like, is there such a thing as a moderate sort of gamer that just plays a little bit?
Yeah,
I don't-
there's people who... Sorry, go ahead.
Me? Oh no, I was just
Yeah.
saying I don't know. I was just laughing. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
If you play on your phone, then you're called a casual gamer. If you play Candy Crush, and then there's people who have 5 consoles. In my house, there's about 20 computer game consoles.
Mm-hmm.
So we love games.
But it seems like people, the gamers take it very personally. Like, it's tied up with their identity. So if you insult gaming in any way...
Some of them do. There are some that don't. But it's definitely a huge part of kind of that nerd cred thing. I will agree with you on that.
Okay.
There wasn't an attack on them, though. The journalists all came out and said, gamers are dead, we don't like our audience anymore, if you don't like what we're saying, fuck off and stuff.
Right, and that's part of why everybody thinks that Gamergate is about sexism in video games, when it's not, because it's kind of been a consumer revolt against our media outlets who have been continuing this narrative that Gamergate is about sexism, and that's what people who are interested in Gamergate have been rebelling against, has been the media that is continuing to propagate this bad, poorly reported, poorly sourced story.
But isn't this all the same thing about what I'm going after, which is regressives and don't punch down?
Yeah.
I mean,
We should cover this, because the feminists have the same sort of attitude as people who call you racist or Islamophobe.
Right, they're victims, and we got to talk down to them, and sort of, they're not the same as, they can't be treated the same.
Intersections of oppression, blah blah.
Mm-hmm. So the women in the room, where do you stand on Anita Sarkeesian? Have you seen her? What are your thoughts on her?
Christina or me?
All women.
And Boris too.
The trans woman.
He counts. She counts.
I really don't know much about her. Again, I mean, anything that I've heard her say, I haven't necessarily agreed with very much, but I really can't even remember what she said, but I know that pretty much any guy that I've ever talked to thinks that she's a fucking idiot, but other than that, I have no idea.
I think she's unifying all men, actually, in our scorn of her.
White cis men.
Oh God, what year did that term start? Can somebody
This
please
year,
take that?
probably?
This year? Because I'm refusing. I'm not joining that.
What term?
Brianna Mustafa, the one who said that no cis men allowed in this meeting or something like that.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I love how he says that. I love the extra syllable at the end of that. Say it again. Say it again, Boris.
That.
What do you say? Say it the way you always say it.
What?
Say it normal. That.
I didn't hear you.
That's okay. I love you, Boris. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, no problem.
How
I think
cool
the
is it
word.
that Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. I was gonna say I think the word cis entered into the public lexicon just in the last couple of years, and it's come out of Tumblr.
All I know is that it sounds very much like cyst, and that has a bad connotation for me. So it's like I'm pus gendered or something. It's just don't.
Well, that's convenient because it's used as a slur.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means?
Well, yeah, but I mean, every time I hear somebody say it, it's like 80% sarcastic. I've never heard somebody say it like straight up, legit.
Oh, you should go to Tumblr.
Oh, really?
You can replace it with the words "shut up" and get the same meaning out of it.
Can I just make? I'm sorry, guys. Can I just make a little announcement here? If anybody wants to join this, I'm not entirely sure. Somebody's moaning that there's no chat or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't really give a fuck about that. If anyone wants to join the chat, just hit me up on Twitter. That's
Some guy's saying that he doesn't have Twitter and he's quite upset.
Yeah, there is also Aussie Baka, the Australian woman. I didn't know.
Aussie Baka, exactly. It's Aussie Baka that's saying she wants to say something, which is fine. So Aussie Baka, if you're listening, hit me up on Twitter and oh boy, girl, whatever. Hit me up on Twitter and I'll send you the link. Don't worry about it.
That's the one. That's the one that doesn't have Twitter. So.
Well, then email me.
I think she can see your Twitter anyway.
Yeah.
Without an account.
Well, yeah, but she can't send me a direct message, and I don't want to send the link out, the private link out publicly, because then you'll get all sorts of dregs coming in.
Okay.
And we don't want that.
We'll get Jenny McDermott in the chat or something.
Exactly, right.
You know what? I would enjoy having her on here, actually. I think that'd be highly entertaining for the wrong reasons.
Okay, I have a question for all you youngins out there. Somebody please, in a short few sentences, explain to me Tumblr and the rise of Tumblr. Why? That's my question. Tumblr, why?
Well, that's
like
beyond
shit
me.
Reddit.
It's like Reddit? It's like
Shit Reddit. Like even worse Reddit. It's just people's opinions that don't seem to be valid or...
But is it like, it's like politically correct Reddit?
Pretty much.
It's worse than that. They're racist, they're sexist. They don't realize that they're being racist or sexist, but they're like, I don't have to listen to your opinion because you're a cis male.
And is it just angry sort of tweens, like, blogging in their rooms at night? Like, I don't get it. Like, who is the average Tumblr?
It's angry kids between 19 and 23 who are just going off to college for the first time, and they are facing the fact that there's nothing special about them, so they have to make something up.
Yeah, so they need a battle.
We get these headmate, otherkin, pony, play, whatever, bizarre identifiers, and your preferred pronouns have to be on your Tumblr too.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Because we can't call you him and her, but we might have to call you Zir and Zur.
Okay, so who goes against Tumblr? Who's like the anti-Tumblr movement?
Sargon.
Sargon, Internet Aristocrat. He has a
Okay.
great Tumblrisms video series.
So I would probably be on board with these guys, like if I cared more about Tumblr.
If you have about 3 hours to kill, which God knows why you would, look up Internet Aristocrats Tumblrisms series. I think there's 5 videos in it, and it's just hilarious.
Are there like all-star Tumblr accounts that I should be aware of that are just the worst of the worst?
No, but it is Islam.
Islam? Islam is on Tumblr? What?
It's like anti-fascist Islam Tumblr posters.
There is Dear Cis People. There's one specifically for people of color. I can't remember the name for it right off the top of my head. But right on their welcome banner, they say that it's a safe space for people of color, and if you aren't a person of color, you're not welcome. It's it's the most bizarre Tumblr feed you're ever going to see, aside from maybe Teen Wolf fan fiction.
So person of color, I guess the color being white or pink doesn't count?
Correct. You must be any color other than white.
Okay.
Specifically if you're black.
Damn it. Well, I don't know. So, let me ask the women here. Are you guys uncomfortable with me talking about race in my videos? Or where do you stand on that?
No. I mean, what you have been saying is really kind of what I've been thinking ever since this whole movement began. I mean, maybe in the beginning I kind of had doubts because I didn't really know enough about it. I hadn't seen stats. I hadn't really, gathered enough information to make a more. And plus, I mean, like I said, everybody that I know is more on the other side of this, the politically correct, progressive side, and so I just didn't know. But really, you just put into words what I was thinking about it.
It's a dangerous topic. I mean, there's no winning in this topic.
No.
You're going to get muddy. You're going to get dirty.
Yeah.
I would say that. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I don't think that you're as racist as some people think. Like, you're very light-hearted on the racism.
He's not racist at all.
Yeah.
He's not racist whatsoever.
You could go far worse and still not be racist.
Mm. I think that word is basically a pointless word at this point. I mean, it's just so watered down. It's like saying, I don't know, love. I love you. I don't love you. I'm falling in love with you. It's just, it doesn't mean anything at this point. You have to actually describe what you're actually saying. Exactly. Like, if I have a negative thought about a group of people that happens to be based in reality, that doesn't make you a racist.
No.
It just makes you aware of reality. Reality is racist. Is that the conclusion that we can come to?
I think there are a few people, like, culture is linked to race. Like, they go very much hand in hand. So when you pick on a culture, they immediately associate it with the race. It's the same with Islam. It's like, that's brown people's religion.
Right. So
therefore you're attacking them. Yeah.
And I love the fact that brown people can sort of glide into this conversation, especially in the American context, and be like, I'm above racism. How could I possibly be categorized as a racist? I'm brown. And they use that. They leverage that, and they take advantage of that. And it just nauseates me that like guys like Jenk and Anna are like, look at us. We are the brown and olive ambassadors of this conversation, and we're going to point the finger at white people, and we're going to save the black people. It nauseates me.
But it's not racist. Absolutely not.
So we have. Can I just say one thing? We have Helena, who seems to have a microphone muted. I don't know if she can hear us. Helena.
Hello.
Oh, I'm a little shy.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. There we go.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I know I don't have a microphone problem. I just didn't want to just butt in. There was a conversation going on.
That's okay. I just wanted to acknowledge that you're here.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Where are you from?
The U.S. I know you're from Germany.
Yeah, well.
Or at least you're living there now, right?
Yeah. There's a
I just wanted to know why it is that you're interested in having a hangout with women.
Because it's a new voice. I'm just curious. Like I make these videos with my laptop in a room with nobody else, and I try to tell my girlfriend, hey, I made a new video. She doesn't care.
I'm surprised because you're really good.
Yeah.
Oh,
you must not know, right? I mean, your editing is just amazing. It's just really.
But okay.
That's awesome. It's just for me. It's sort of trippy to understand that people actually watch my videos. So, and the fact that women watch them, it's very intriguing because there's such a small percentage of people that are interested in me. But I don't know if it's about me or if it's about atheism, because I don't think other atheist channels have like 90% women.
Right.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Do you think that there are less female atheists, or just they don't care to blab all the time about it?
I honestly think women are less combative, and the thing about atheism is you're going to be stepping on toes. That's the whole nature of it, especially if you're like brash and sort of cocky and arrogant like me, where I'm going after people. I'm going after Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm going after progressives. That's
yeah, I know. I mean, watching your videos is a challenge for me. It's why I keep watching.
Oh, really?
I mean, really. I mean, you stun me every time, and there really isn't anybody else who's doing that. So it's I like the challenge, but I mean, I admit that it's most certainly a challenge for me.
I mean, I think I would be bored to tears if I would just go after boring topics, like just Jacqueline Glenn my way through my channel.
Yeah.
But it's like, for me, and I don't mean to be sexist, which is always prefaced by, it's always dangerous to say that, but women tend to like romantic comedies, right?
No! How dare you say that?
Okay, wait a minute. But that's okay. But that is an undeniable thing. I mean, the marketing.
Damn you! Are you going to throw some stats now?
I'll
That's
do a
sexist, Devin.
I'll do a Google search on it later. But okay, women tend
Give
to
me a
like
chart. I'm going to have to
I think
swallow.
it's only middle-aged women that like that, so...
Really?
And like really young teenage girls.
Yeah, I was about to say teenagers and older women.
Okay, but I'm
I
saying
don't know what. Yeah,
if
go on.
men.
Go ahead.
Okay, but the point was that men tend to like violent action films where there's like death and conflict and actual confrontation all the time throughout the film.
Testosterone.
Okay, let's assume that's true. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, that this is the umbrella that is sort of encompasses why we don't see a lot of women barking at humans online and saying, fuck you, you're wrong for these reasons. They don't want to rock the boat in that way and commit social suicide. That's what I'm saying.
So underlying that seems to be an implication that for a woman to do such a thing is social suicide, whereas for a man to do such a thing it isn't. So what is that? Patriarchy?
Well, no.
I mean, what's going on there?
No, I think it's just a matter of if we care or not. I don't care because I don't care about connections to random strangers online. So, but I'm very clear about that. I would say, for example, if you made a YouTube channel and put your name on it, all of your friends and family would be aware of it, and this would have a serious impact on your work, on your friends, on who you associated with, and it would not be good. It would not be good, and therefore you don't do it. Right.
That's absolutely correct. You have me pegged 100%.
Women are more
100%.
No, I'm not
my
saying
clients.
Yeah.
No. It's clients and things like that, right? I mean, if I came out as me and actually put a video on YouTube and someone found out, my career would very likely be just finished.
Totally, I get that. And for me, I'm in a lucky position because I burned all the bridges with all of my friends online. Like, I don't care about them. I'm happy with who I am. I work remotely, and I don't work in an office even. So for me, I have a certain independence that allows me to be as brazen as I want to be. And not to mention, I have a small channel. It's not like, I'm worldwide sensation here. So it's still,
Yeah, I'd kind of argue with them. Go on.
So do you think that accounts for it? That can't be right, because there are plenty of men who are in the same situation as, for example, I'm in. So that can't be all.
I'm not saying, no, I agree, definitely. It's men, too, that find themselves in this position. I have people that email me and they say, man, I wish I could say the same things you're saying, but I just can't. Like, I have things, I'm invested in my life as it is now. And I get that, and I'm happy to have their support and to speak for them, but I don't know. I'm open to hear. I want to hear what you guys think. Why is it that you are the few and the brave?
I've been kicked out of a few atheist groups.
Why?
There was one on Facebook because they were talking about whether or not you should call illegal immigrants.
Okay.
And I basically said, well, they are. So it's not an insult. They've illegally immigrated.
Maybe illegal alien has a bit of a harsher tone to it, but immigrant? They took offense?
Well, now they're calling them anchor babies and all these types of things. I mean, they're getting pretty...
Yeah, that's
a lot
Trump
worse.
and his whole Mexican fear thing. That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I wish women were more involved in the atheist community, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I like those that are, and I support them, like Christina Rad and Ayaan Hirsi Ali, but Ayaan Hirsi Ali is not posting daily videos about atheism. She's writing books and stuff, and she's amazing.
She's a little busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything to the idea that women will be judged more harshly, everything they say?
I think women online are facing a lot of ridiculous nonsense. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's less about them being judged more harshly and more about them perceiving that they are being judged more harshly. I think
I disagree. I think that they're being judged on different things, and that's why they're taking it more harshly. It's more personal than it is about what they're actually saying. In a lot of cases, not always, but from what I've seen, I mean, a lot of the times it is very personal rather than actually what they're talking about.
Well, so Josh, why do you say that?
Well, just in my own experience, and I've done a lot of digging through the dark recesses of feminism, and I've read a lot of men's issues and women's issues books, and the general sentiment that I'm seeing is that men are less sensitive and women are generally more sensitive to how they are perceived or how they think they are perceived by their peers.
Insecurities. It's always with women.
And a lot of that comes from testosterone, which is one of those things that it's a wonderful hormone. I love the fact that I'm a guy. It makes you less sensitive to criticism. It makes you more vigilant. You are more prepared. So you take the case of a man walking down an alley and a woman walking down the alley. The same alley is equally safe or unsafe for both of them, but the woman is going to be more afraid of walking down that dark alley than the man is, even though the man is 3 to 5 times more likely to actually be assaulted in the alley. It's just it's a perception difference.
Or you could just take the example of driving. I mean, when maybe I'm stereotyping something like that, but when men are driving, they are more sure, while when women are driving, they are not sure. You know, they are more careful. I mean, so I don't know if.
Of course, we are walking knee deep into some dangerous territory here. All I know.
Oh, I don't care.
No, I think sex is obviously different, and pointing that out is not sexist.
Right.
Yeah. All I know is that. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that we have Kat in the chat right now. Hello, Kat.
Hey, Kat.
Hello.
Hey, Kat.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
It's a pretty
I'm
drum.
good. How are you?
Yes, it is. I'm very well. Very well. Tell us about yourself.
I was raised in a generally skeptical family, along with like going to Christian school, which I don't know why. We don't really talk about religion a whole lot in my family, but I'm in high school right now, and I've been an atheist for 6 years now. So.
And why? And why do you like Atheism is Unstoppable?
I mean, I've been watching Devin for like a year, so I'm kind of just. I watch it like every day.
Do you hate watch me, or do you watch me because you?
No, I watch you because you're interesting and you touch on topics that people don't typically touch on. So
Do you find yourself
and in a really funny way. I mean, you like every video just cracks me up.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself disagreeing with him frequently?
Very rarely, actually. There's very few topics that I've been able to find that I don't agree with him on.
Okay.
I like that. Some people say to me, they'll give me like a backhanded compliment, and they'll say, I agree with most of the things. I agree with like 98%, as if there's some expectation that we're supposed to agree on 100% of things.
No, of course I disagree with you on certain things, but the majority is I agree with you on many things. Nice.
Well, I'm happy to meet you, and that's pretty awesome.
Devin, can I just need to tell you something quick. That we were talking about Ozzy Backer earlier. I don't know if anybody knows who that is.
I do.
You know that is
an Australian one that has been there.
Devin, do you tell me who that is?
Yeah, she's a long-time viewer. She was on my Atheist React video, and she's
Jenny McDermott. Jenny McDermott.
Really?
No, she tried to fool you.
She's telling me that that is Jenny McDermott.
That's not Jenny McDermott.
That's what she told me.
She's kidding. She's an Australian.
I get that. Well, I said you bullshit. So until she straightens that out, she's not coming on.
If Jenny McDermott came in here, it would turn into a horror show. I would freak out.
Whilst we're on the female-only thing, well, female and men, what do you think about the women who are complaining about your naked women videos that aren't really naked?
Like the yoga in the background, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
See, I didn't complain about it. I mean, I'm not saying you were referring to me, but I was just curious. I mean, I remember tweeting him a while back just asking why, because I hadn't heard him actually say anything about it. But, I mean, it makes sense since 93% of your viewers are male, so...
I did put Thor with his shirt off and his dong hanging out of his shorts.
Oh, God!
But
yeah, like that's going to bring in the women.
yeah, it's interesting. I don't think I've gotten much anger from that. I think there was some person called the skeptic feminist or something that sort of took issue with me on that. But I think that's
she would.
I remember her.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't really have an answer to that. I'm a heterosexual male, and I don't want to be boring visually just to put up a static picture. I mean, I do sometimes, but I try to keep it interesting, and if anything, it distracts people. It takes away from what I'm saying, so I might have to curtail
it can be
that.
kind of distracting. Some days it just makes me want to go do some squats. I mean, I've gained pregnancy weight, and so I'm just like, I want to work out too, actually.
Well, let me ask you, in honor of the women here, I will put on whatever you tell me to put on right now. So let me put it to you. What would you like in the background?
Huh.
Brad Pitt.
Which decade, Brad Pitt?
Not this one.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Brad Pitt fan, actually.
Okay.
Just, flash a bunch of technically beautiful men's faces. That would be enough.
Beautiful men's faces. I'll try to Google that and see how that turns out.
Just make sure you get a wide variety.
Yeah, because
anybody who's typically described as beautiful.
Okay, but
enough of them,
not sank.
That's me and you, Devin, basically.
Yeah, basically, I'll just put up pictures of myself. But wait. but
here's a little big.
Here's the interesting part. If I put up guys doing yoga, you wouldn't be into that. If I did guys doing squats, you wouldn't be into that.
No.
If I put up male
That's
strippers,
debatable.
you wouldn't be into that. Okay.
No.
Wait a minute. Kat wants male squats?
No, I am bisexual. I like females a lot better than I like men doing squats. So
Women are just prettier.
I don't know about that. I think that men get photographed through a bizarre lens. It's like people are trying to put themselves in the position of a woman. So they photograph men in the way that they would photograph women. And that's probably not a turn on to most purely heterosexual women.
From an art perspective, I would say women are better. They're more curvy. It's just way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, look at a close-up of a forearm on a man. Right? It's like these close-ups of these little corners and these sharp things they have. And
that actually sounds really gross.
Yeah, I hate whistles.
What do you mean it sounds gross? Come on!
I don't want to see veins and little weird bumps on arms.
And plus, most men that are, considered more attractive, they're the big, bulky guys. I don't like that at all. I do not like
the great big balloon muscles. They're not even muscles.
Well, not even just like the steroid-looking guys, but just the regular, really muscular guys. I don't find that attractive at all. So
this
is
something
I want to see.
I don't find muscles per se attractive.
I mean, Billy, my fiance is pretty slim. I like slender,
Mm-hmm.
So what do you like about slender?
I don't know, actually. I just
Devin,
don't
it'd be
like
nice that the women are taking over this conversation.
I love it. I love it. I find it interesting, the disagreement in what is attractive in men. Like,
absolutely.
Let me ask the guys. Do any of the guys have a problem with the women I show in my videos?
No.
No.
Some of them are a little bit. Some are a little bit too skinny for me.
Oh wow!
I would agree with that.
I thought you were going to go the other direction.
No.
We had a flat-chested woman. That was a bit pointless.
I don't personally. I don't mind
show
that.
a flat-chested woman.
Okay, we have Ozzy back here.
Too much muscle.
We have Ozzy. She's not Jenny McDermott, which is awesome.
Hi, Ozzy.
Now every continent is represented. How's it going?
Very well, thanks.
Hello, Ozzy. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
I feel like you changed your hair color.
I change it as often as I like.
Yeah, I like it.
No, like so many times during this, I've just been like, I want to say something, and I haven't been able to.
No, it's been really hard. You have to beg and beg and beg. Otherwise, they just won't answer you.
Devin, is your girlfriend an atheist?
Yeah, she's an atheist.
That was a question.
Yeah, but I mean, the Germans out here, it's like the default position. They're like, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, I'm an atheist. What?
Does Germany have a problem with nationalism?
Well, yeah, the Pegida people have been going back and forth with this 18-year-old German who's been in some of my hangouts, the guy with the super deep voice who I forced to talk about Nazi stuff. He's been talking to me about Pegida, which is the anti-Islamization movement, and all the neo-Nazis they have, and how they're sort of unsightly and problematic. But in general, I don't think it's a raging problem out here.
I don't mean like nationalism isn't a problem, but I've heard that when they put the German flag up, people tend to be a bit uneasy about it.
Yeah. The German flag is a big no-no. Like, unless it's the World Cup, you're not supposed to have the German flag out.
Yeah, I've heard that they really wait for the World Cup, and then they say like, yes, we can put the flag up now, without being weird.
Yeah, like if I walked around the streets of Germany with a German flag, people would look at me like, if I was walking around Los Angeles wearing a T-shirt with the American flag on it, like they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, it represents that you have nothing to be proud of in your life. Like, you need some sort of tribe to affiliate with, and it's sort of sad.
That's really weird. I do feel sad for them because they should have some pride because they have come along really well in Germany.
Yeah, very, very much so. And they're in a very weird place. They're in a limbo because they got all this Nazi guilt, and they got the PR. The PR of the Holocaust is like, the ripples of that have not died out, and not even remotely. Like,
they should use that in Jerusalem at the minute.
Did you see a segment? There's a segment on YouTube of a guy going around Los Angeles asking people to name 2 Germans. And they cannot. Like, it's Hitler. It's Hitler still. That's just right in the top of your brain. Hitler and Eva Braun are like the 2 Germans people can name. And so it's a major problem. And you're right, they have done really, really well. It's an amazing society out here. I recommend Germany. Thumbs up, big time. Come out here. We'll get drinks. Oktoberfest is coming. So.
I just want to let my sister intervene. It's about the secularism in schools. I mean, do you have any problem with religious people or something like that in schools or not? Do they show off a little bit too much their belief or not?
Where, out here?
Yeah, I mean in high school or something like that. When you were in high school or in college.
Are you talking to the women? Who are you talking to?
To all of you.
What was the question?
The question is that when you were in high school, were there, I mean, people were showing off too much their belief? That is to say, when you are in a public school, they put off cross or veil or something like that.
I went to a Catholic high school.
Oh.
So we had prayers before tests, and we had to go to the chapel to pray once a week.
I went to Catholic elementary and middle school, actually. My dad's side of the family is Catholic, and my mom's side is Mormon. And eventually, they just kind of got sick of me getting kicked out of Catholic school. So, sorry, someone just walked in the room. But yeah, eventually they just kind of got sick of me getting kicked out, so they stopped paying for me to go there. Because a lot of them, the tuition is the same as universities here. So. I got in a lot of trouble. I remember in 7th grade, my religion teacher was also my science teacher, and I got into a lot of trouble for questioning. I can't remember what it was. I think it was natural selection is what we were talking about, and we were talking about polar bears. And this was the first time it had been brought up. I didn't know anything about it, and so my teacher is saying, you know, polar bears went from brown fur to this translucent fur to match the snow. And I asked, well, how did it know that, you know, what are the odds of that actually happening? Because I didn't understand the concept. And, I mean, she wasn't, you know, she didn't know enough about it to really explain it in depth. So she said, I think that's where God steps in. And I just would not take that as an answer. And eventually, I think I accidentally slipped that I was either agnostic or atheist, I don't remember what, and I actually got, I don't remember if it was suspended or actually expelled for that, but yeah, Catholic school was not, I mean, I'm glad I went because the academics were so much better than the public schools. Once I was in public school, the stuff I was learning in high school was stuff I learned in 5th grade. So I'm glad that I went to the private schools, but I mean, gosh, it was not a fun experience.
No, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
I found that in reverse, actually, because I was in the public school system until grade 11 and 12, and then I did my last 2 years of school in a private school, and it was so far above like what I'd been taught up to that point that I really struggled.
Right. Yeah, I could see that how that would happen.
Yeah. Can I just ask, in other countries, religious schools a big thing? Like, do a lot of people go there?
I'm not really sure. I know in Oklahoma there are a lot of private schools. I went to several. I believe I went to 4, but I switched schools like every year to every other year. So I've been all over Oklahoma City, and they had a lot of Catholic schools. They have a lot of. My younger sister goes to a Presbyterian school that the tuition is the same as OU per year, which is insane, but I mean, it's a great school. But I mean, yeah, they're pretty popular here in Oklahoma. I don't know about other states, but here there are plenty.
Well, in France, sorry.
I was gonna say, I live in Indiana. We have a lot of private schools here, and I think 2 of the top 3 are Catholic schools. We have a lot of private Christian and Jewish schools in this state, which it really surprised me that we have as many Jewish schools as we do.
You should come to England. We have Muslim schools.
I live right next to a mosque, actually.
Ouch.
Here in Florida, there is a religious school on like every corner for whatever reason. I live in a part where there's a whole bunch of old people and palm trees, so there's a lot of religion, and like you can find like Spanish-speaking schools, you can find Catholic schools, Muslim schools, like all these different practices everywhere.
Yeah,
that's so alien to me.
Well, it's just because in my high school, it's a little, a war of religion where you have a side where the Christians, and the other side the Muslim, and it's really a war every day. And for example, for the holiday, you see the Christian giving, pour passer les vacances.
Holiday pamphlets,
yeah,
camp pamphlets.
Yeah, and like having a Bible on her hand in the school. Or Muslim, a girl, who was, she had to watch for us because we have a very important exam.
I'll try to do the story short. In the baccalaureate, where my sister went, it was a public school, so normally religion isn't in the business. In classroom, you shouldn't put over or cross something like that. And in the exam, in the most important exam, they have got Muslim girls wearing veil in the exam, and nobody said a thing.
Yeah, there was 5 teachers, and I was the only one, I think, but because in the classroom you have all of them are Muslims, so they're saying, yeah, there's no problem, but it was really irritating because in France we say, yeah, public school, we don't have to show religion, but everything is so wrong, and that's why also that I began to follow Devin, because he expressed all I think for years, but that I always hide it from myself.
Yeah, nobody says it quite like Devin.
I find it amazing, the idea that school and religion are like a combination. It's almost as bad as like religion and medicine. I mean, it just seems like a toxic partnership. And yet I understand why they do it, because they want to indoctrinate and sort of get their hooks in, but man.
In middle school, I had a teacher who refused to teach evolution, and she got fired for it. But yeah, she wouldn't teach it for the whole year. So we were completely behind a whole year.
And that was at a Catholic high school?
No, that was a public school.
Oh, wow.
I think we had one lesson on evolution in Catholic school. That was really bad.
There's a problem in American schools where
God created this and God created that.
Can I just interject slightly? Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's very un-English of me.
There are other people wanting to get on, so if anybody just wants to listen and not be on, that's absolutely fine. But you're all welcome to stay here. Even Devon can stay here as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Because I know everybody's here to talk to me, right? Not you.
I did want to talk to you, but...
Oh, bullshit. I'm just kidding.
Fred Martin is taking you away. Yeah?
Say again, Boris?
Fred Martin, the guy who tried to join the hangout with Vindicator, he took
Red
you
Dot?
because you are not saying a thing.
Red Dot, did you say?
What?
Red Dot, is that what you said?
No.
I'm sorry, who's... Explain again, what are you talking about?
I was talking about the black guy who tried to join the...
Fred.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Fred. I invited Fred. He had technical difficulties. I don't know what to tell you.
That was the greatest. That was my favorite hangout moment.
Dude, I was on that one too, and I traveled the day before for like 7 hours or 4 hours or whatever, and it was very early in the morning for me, and but it wasn't early in the morning for Vindicator or Devon, so I was a little bit out of it, and I ejected. I was like, eject, get out.
I literally watched a guy for 15 minutes straight try to figure out how to use a microphone and get onto a Google Hangout. It was fascinating. I was like, is this happening right now? This is amazing.
I
watched the next day and it was great.
I just want to say publicly, I love that guy. Vindicator is awesome. He was just having technical difficulties. Support the guy. He makes some really good stuff, especially against Steve Shives.
Yeah, I love
that. Skullduggery.
Man.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you from Manchester?
I'm from Bradford.
That's close.
Yeah, kinda. Where are you from?
Liverpool.
Liverpool? You don't sound like a fucking Scouser.
I know, mate. I just don't, do I?
Hey.
Calm down.
What is happening right now?
Yeah.
British humour.
Can you believe how far the English language has come? Those people on the island,
losing their minds.
you leave them alone on an island for a few hundred years and listen to what we get.
I make a
Liverpool is the
motion for
worst one.
subtitles.
Don't you guys make a lot of fun of the Boston accent? I feel like it's probably the same thing.
Yeah.
Boston's ridiculous, though. They got this really weird accent going.
I was just there like a week ago. It's insane. I can't even understand them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the West Coast sort of gets a pass with the accents. Like the Midwest and beyond to the West, nobody really makes fun of us. Maybe. I don't know.
Nobody
Well, I
can do
do.
my accent. It's honestly, I mean, I guess some of the English girls on this hangout will understand that I obviously can. I can mimic their accent really easily, but when you get an American girl trying to do a Yorkshire accent, it just doesn't work. It just sounds like they sound like complete dummies. It's really funny. And
But like in America, we have the very strong ones in the South and the East, obviously. But like, if I said to you, sound like an Oregon person versus a California person, like what is that? What's an Idaho person sound like? Nobody knows.
No idea.
You people all sound the same to me.
Ooh, racist.
Have you been to New York?
I have been to New York. I can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
If
I
you
was
heard
born in
someone
New York.
from New York talking, you would know the kind of accent that we're talking about. It's very short and to the point. They got shit to
They
do.
just add a lot of letters to their words, like coffee and hot dog. Like you add a lot of W's.
Hot dog.
Yeah.
Jewish women.
What about a Florida accent? What's like a Panhandle versus a Miami?
Miami is very Latina accents, so they just like, no, I don't wanna, no, it's okay. Like it's very whiny.
It's like Rosie Perez. Yeah, because now it gets into racist shit, because if I talk about South Florida, it's like, wait, well, is it a Jew talking? Is it a Cuban? Like, what are we talking about here?
I've been to I live in South Florida, but the farther south you go, the more Mexicans there is. Like that's not a racist thing, that's just fact. They're all over the place down there.
Wait, Mexicans and not
No, they're from either
Dominicans,
Mexico or they're from Cuba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico.
Very rarely, actually.
Have you been tempted to go to Cuba now that the travel ban is
No.
lifted?
It actually seems quite terrifying.
So where do you go for spring break?
The living room.
That's my favorite place to go.
It's very hot. You don't really get to go outside during the summer or the spring.
How hot does it get down there?
Anywhere from like 90 to 100 most of the time.
I mean, last summer here in Oklahoma, it was some kind of record that we set. It was over 100 degrees for over a month straight. And I think that in 2011, it reached like 110. I mean, it gets horrible here in Oklahoma.
We just had the humidity problem where it's like, it feels like you're swimming when you walk out the door.
Oh, yeah. We haven't had a very bad summer here, surprisingly. Just last week and the week before, it was like in the 60s. It was crazy.
I'm so jealous of that like weather everywhere else.
I know.
Because with mostly men, we don't talk about weather so much. I mean, it's like all the women talk. You know, I'm wearing this, I'm wearing that.
Well, that's because as soon as I walk outside, my face starts melting off.
Boris, that's sexist. You
Oh,
should.
shit. Boris is dropping atom bombs of sexism.
But he's right.
No, he is right. I'm such a wimp when it comes to the heat. It's seriously, it affects my mood really bad. Now I can't go outside because I'm, almost 7 months pregnant, and it gets so hot here that my doctor just told me to stay indoors, and I'm not working, so I'm just bored all day.
Damn,
that's what I told my wife when we had our first child. It was like 110 degrees outside. You can you risk heart attacks and things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let me ask the ladies here. Hey, ladies. What topics? what video topics would you want me to cover that I'm not covering?
Feminism.
Well,
that's a loaded gun.
Oh my god.
So,
Do it.
What specifically? Are we talking pro-feminism or anti?
One at a time.
Oh my god, anti.
Yeah, anti probably. I just now actually started watching Sargon. I hadn't really watched any of his stuff, but I just started watching him I think last week, and I really like his stuff. Mm-hmm. So I mean, probably anti probably.
Oh, you could do There's a new thing where Muslim women are saying that Islam is a feminist religion.
Yeah.
Oh my god, really?
You should start the anti-Tumblr videos. Like, you should just go on Tumblr and do some research.
I'm going to dive into Tumblr.
Oh,
stay away from Tumblr, Devin. Stay away.
And like, picture of 12-year-olds and then college kids and then like 40-year-old women. It's a clusterfuck.
Really? More than Reddit though? Like, which is more in the clusterfuck?
Reddit is more like teenage boys, in
That's
my opinion.
Reddit, you're gonna have
Tumblr,
geeks who are
like,
passionate about hobbies too.
Well, Tumblr, it's like the only guys you really find are like either gay or they're like they're like hippies or something, or they're just
Romantic,
stoners.
headmate, dragonkin, quasi-sexual.
There's lots of stoners.
Fairies. Oh my god.
Okay, where does BuzzFeed fit into this?
BuzzFeed just
That's just feminist, isn't it?
Oh yeah, BuzzFeed is so regressive.
SJ for sure, huh?
Yeah. Most definitely.
I've been following the BuzzFeed Yellow YouTube channel, and they're pumping out crap constantly. Like, I am seriously amazed at the wealth and the frequency at which they pump out this crap.
Content provided.
Oh man.
Well, they made one the other day. It was like what it's like to be a woman at night or something, as if men don't have a threat at all.
They did one of like, what is it like to be a person of color? What is it like to be a person of color when a cop is in your presence? And it was the most racist thing. Like literally everything they said, you could say about a white person.
The worst one I've ever seen was this post. It was like this 100 question survey, and the title of it was "How privileged are you?" And the first question was, "Are you white?"
Are you white?
And the second question was like, it was like the first section was all about whether or not you were white, or whether you had been bullied about your race or whatever, and then it was about, are you straight? Okay, so
what I think?
all stuff like that.
You know what I think is needed? I think the people in America need to come to Europe and see white-on-white racism in Europe, because it is rampant. Like, come over to Germany and ask a German what he thinks about Russians. and you will see white-on-white racism. Go to Ireland and ask an Irish person what they think about the Polish. I mean, this will give you a different perspective into like this whole binary white versus everybody thing. And I just don't think the people in America have any understanding.
In South Florida, it's all everybody else against white people.
Yeah, basically.
It's Mexicans versus whites and blacks versus whites, but there's no like whites versus blacks at all, or whites versus Mexicans.
Although
that just doesn't happen.
I remember the people in Puerto Rico. I think we had like Rick Santorum went down there, or somebody like him, and he said that everybody in Puerto Rico should be speaking English if they want to be a part of America. He said something incredibly insulting to the people in Puerto Rico. I loved it, but I mean, it's ridiculous.
Wait, who is this? Rick Santorum?
It was like a Republican sort of politician type.
That sounds like something Rick would say.
Right. Did you see him on Bill Maher yesterday?
No.
No, I heard about it. It was something about global warming. He had a
yeah, it was pretty good.
I was going to watch that. Yeah.
It was a good episode, and also Michael Weiss. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. He's an author that was on there talking about ISIS, and it was really interesting. I kind of want to buy his book. But there was this really good segment that Bill did about, you guys kind of made me think of it. It was, one of those, he'll be like, you want to see this magazine or whatever, and it was about Muslim women, and it was really, really funny. You guys should look at it.
It was the comedy segment of the real time? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just interrupt real quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not saying very much. I mean, I'm just going with the flow. I'm listening to it all. But I'm doing the kind of admin in the background, so it all runs fairly smoothly. We have Keyboard Warrior in the chat who makes videos on YouTube and is a fucking genius.
Really?
Yeah, I love your videos.
Okay.
Keyboard Warrior. I love the icon.
I think his microphone's off, or he's AFK.
No, I think he's a master of the dramatic pause.
The icon speaks for him.
Yeah. 1,000 words.
It's a keyboard warrior, not a vocal warrior.
That is
You scared him away.
That's the way to do it.
Like a leprechaun.
You just walk into a hangout, just stare at everybody for 20 seconds.
Hey, anybody knows anything about Devin? Devin, the first hangout I was with you on, you ejected and blocked me.
And then you came back, like the 15-year-old from Serbia.
Like a beaten wife.
You didn't say the N-word.
Oh God! Yeah. He put it to song. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Let's not go down that road.
I have a question for some of the ladies. Another question. So, yeah. Just a general question, because when you have a YouTube channel, I'm just trying to figure out why there's not as many women in the atheist YouTube world. You get a lot of comments, you get a lot of like positive and negative feedback. Mm-hmm. So like on an average day, I would get say 100 compliments, and I would get maybe 10 totally vengeful, hateful statements about me. Would you voluntarily sign up for something if you knew that that was going to be the ratio that you would get?
I have done this before and got a bit of harassment back and decided not to do it anymore and take the videos down.
But what was the positive to negative ratio, and what is your breaking point?
A lot of things were positive, but they were positive in like a pervert guy kind of way, and then that just put me off, and then the negatives were just crazy Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I made one video.
I had the same problem.
I made one video, and it was all about the boobs. They were just like, oh my god, she has boobs. Okay, I like this video. I like your boobs. I like your hair. It's nothing about the video at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I comment on Devin's videos, there will be some guys saying like, "I'm liking this comment because you have boobs," or something. I mean, I don't really care. I've thought about making a channel, but I kind of get really anxious. I have a really hard time I'm actually really surprised at how clearly I'm speaking right now, because I get, like jitters and, all that. So maybe it's something that I'll venture into later, but as of right now, I just haven't actually gotten to it yet.
I totally understand that. I bet how many women are online and have a sort of non-gender specific icon? Because if I was a woman, I would straight up hide that I'm a woman.
I have no shame.
No. Right. You do get a lot of abuse for it, because I've been like, I'm 24, so I wouldn't consider myself a kid, but other people do, And when I speak to people, they're like, "Shut up, little girl. You know, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm a 50-year-old man."
If you're a female, then you're a little girl automatically.
May I
It doesn't matter if you're like 35.
Oh my
you're still a little girl.
god! Jesus Christ!
lost him
Keyboard
again.
warrior, like, dude. I was
So
just
what
going to
I'm-
say hi to him, and he just lost. I'm sorry. Go on.
You scared them off.
So what I'm hearing is that like it's just an overwhelming amount of sexuality that gets dumped upon you, like whether you want it or not.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely a good way to describe it.
And the sad part is that there's a lot of women that actually relish that and enjoy that and sort of use it as validation, which is nauseating. too.
Yeah.
I don't tend to have a good message
Jacqueline
at the
Glenn.
same time.
I mean, the whole like,
Jacqueline Glenn, let's
Oh
masturbate
my
was her
gosh.
last video.
Absolutely. That's the only reason I would watch her videos, not gonna lie to you.
Man, are you
I
waiting?
know she is just like I was looking at a picture that she posted earlier, and I just do not like her face. Like I do not like her. I don't find her.
I agree.
You know,
You just have to
well, I know
cover-
you agree.
cover the face with your hand, and then you're good.
She needs to eat some borscht.
She needs to
But
eat
it's-
something, anything.
But I get called a lot of. Go ahead.
Borscht is beautiful. Anybody ever had borscht? Beetroot soup?
Is that Russian?
No.
That's beetroot soup, right?
I think so.
Well, there you go.
I get ripped on and criticized and called every name in the book, but I'm rarely sexually attacked.
I heard you be called a necrophiliac yesterday on Dramaticpedia.
What?
Really?
Wait, why?
I was reading Dramaticpedia or whatever it's called, or Encyclopedia Dramatica, and they did one on you, and it said that you were a necrophiliac.
Is that because you did a video on Jacqueline Glenn?
No, I didn't. I did a video about being anti-rape but not anti-rapist. It was the whole Muslim versus Islam thing, and in that video I talk about necrophilia, but I'm being satirical. But I don't know.
Wait, where was this video? I haven't seen that. I don't think.
Yeah, it's called "I'm anti-rape but not anti-rapist." something like
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't remember. I never took away from that you were a necrophiliac, but.
Yeah, words, man. They come up with the weirdest, lamest, weakest insults to me. I don't even know how to deal with it. Like,
At least they're not saying that you have boobs.
That
Yeah.
15-year-old boy.
but that's another thing. I mean, if I showed myself on camera, I'm sure I would get a lot of ad hominems. It would all be about, like, let's attack the guy, let's insult his looks.
They still pick on you for being a kangaroo, though. They say,
Yeah.
like, oh, well, he's not showing his face. But you have
Josh,
done in quite a lot of videos.
Canadian Atheist had a go at Devon because he's too skinny to have abs.
I've seen a couple of jabs at you for being bald.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean,
We should stick some bears on you, Devon.
but let me ask you a serious question about that. Like, I think some of the reason they don't even try to insult me with that because they know it wouldn't affect me. Whereas if a woman gets on YouTube, they know that they're sort of hyper, I don't know, not sensitive, but just it's hurtful. It's hurtful to hear insults about your physical. Like, for me, I don't care if somebody's insulting me because I'm bald. Do they really think I'm going to care about that? Like, Jenny McDermott will say, "Fuck, shut up, you fucking old bald dude." You know, like, and it doesn't faze me.
Right. Wait, how old are you?
She wants it to faze me. I'm 21. I turned 21 in 2 weeks.
What?
Well, honestly, if I made a video of
4
my
years
face,
younger than me.
then somebody commented like something stupid like, "Oh, I don't like your hair," like I wouldn't give a shit. Like if somebody comments something hateful, not all females are gonna be like, "Oh my god, like that's so wrong. You should never do that. I'm blocking you." Like
Okay,
I
but
just wouldn't care.
Devon
me
is
ask you a
40 years old.
Okay,
Devon is
Kat,
40. He's 40 years old. Just want to tell
yeah,
you.
See, I
and
thought
this,
around late 30s.
so Kat, you've made 1 or 2 videos. So like, how many compliments? If you got 10 compliments, how many insults would it take before you said, you know what, I don't even want to do this? Like,
I
fuck
would
this.
say probably it would have to outweigh the positives, like by a lot. Like if I were to get, say, 10 or 15 compliments and then I got, say, 20 insults about the video itself and not just my face, then I would be fine with it. If it were just about my appearance and they were negative, I wouldn't care. But if it were somebody saying, "I hate your content and you're disgusting," and all that, then I would probably just delete the video.
That's interesting because, I mean, if I get 10 compliments and 1 insult, I will be thinking about the insult. The 10 compliments sort of go off, they like water off a duck's back.
I mean, there's always, it's the internet. You're going to get an insult every once in a while, and then you're going to get some compliments. Either way, I mean.
Yeah, that's what it is, though. Go ahead.
I've got two things on that. Just I'm not very good at interjecting. Sorry. So I'm just
Jump
sitting
in.
here. Firstly, I like to kind of have a profile picture that's not female, if only for the reason that if people know that I'm a woman, that they tend to hold back, or they don't want to insult me, or they insult me differently. And
Yeah, that's
like,
a problem.
if I'm a man, they're happy to engage in debate, or if they think that I'm a man, then they'll just, they won't hold back anyway, and I appreciate that. But obviously that needs to be fixed. And the other thing is, I used to make content. I had quite a lot of videos, maybe 25 or 30, a really long time ago. But what put me off was I don't know, I was younger, so I was a lot more scared of it, that they were like hyper-violent comments. It would be stuff like, I'm gonna bleed you and watch you die, you little bitch, and stuff like that. It was just so uncalled for. But then it was other people, like people that I knew in real life, finding my videos and being like, hey, I've seen that I was like, okay, I should stop.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't recommend it. And the other thing is, like, there's young people making videos. Like, I got all these 13-year-olds coming up on my channel, and they're like, I'm like, good Lord, stay off the internet until you're 20.
That one 13-year-old, it was so bad. Oh, the bigger, the football head one. It was so bad.
Embarrassing.
Because it
The
was
double
just so.
baconator.
It was so obvious how little he was thinking before he was speaking. Like, he was trying so hard. The other 13-year-old, he was adorable. I love that kid. He's
Well,
great.
the football head, I commented on one of his videos thinking it would be funny, and he went like, "Oh, you're a fag," and like that was his first insult. Like,
right.
The fact that kids think that that's just okay automatically, and that they're like 100% right all the time.
It's
It just pisses me off. Like, get off the internet until you learn what it is to be wrong.
Yeah, that guy says faggot at the end of every one of his videos. Like,
he's just trying to insult his audience to make him go away or something.
But he's trying to single-handedly. Yeah, he's trying to single-handedly. He wants to bring back the word faggot. Like, isn't that the most toxic word in the universe? Like, who says faggot today?
But faggot doesn't mean what it used to mean.
Right. Wow, not to you Islanders.
I'm not Islander. Okay. Well, you meant Ireland as in Irish.
England, yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I have to get back to that 13-year-old Muslim. Any thoughts on how I should go about that?
You didn't actually say that all Muslims were bad, so I'll probably lead with that.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Have you been emailing back and forth with him?
No, just a couple times.
Okay.
He said his parents were not too amped on having a hangout with some random guy.
Right.
And
Oh, he asked his parents. That's adorable.
Yeah. So I asked for his parents' permission. I did the typical traditional method. No, I think I'm just going to send him a response video and address some of his points because he's.
I was actually on his page today, and apparently he's going to do a hangout with the 13-year-old football head kid.
Oh my god.
That'll be something.
Can somebody please notify me when that comes up?
That's the yin and the yang there, I tell you.
Two 13-year-olds going at it, but they're on the totally different sides of the spectrum.
Seriously.
The autism spectrum.
Sorry, Mr. Roo.
Yeah?
Did you get my email that I sent you, or it's like a YouTube message, like last night, or?
What did it say?
15 hours ago. It was I'd found this new channel, and I guess you'd probably seen it before because I've seen Josh commenting on him a lot. But it was like he only does like response videos to you, and they're all like 40 minutes long. They're terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That guy is very angry. He was sort of riled up about a month ago with all the racism stuff. I got a few. There's a few people like that. There's an Australian. There's a couple Australians that really hate me, and they post really stupid videos. I think I'm the only one that watches.
Because you're appropriating our culture by using a kangaroo as your avatar.
There have been people that are like really disappointed that I'm not Australian, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm trying to immigrate there. I want to go there. They don't let me come in.
No, you should come. It's pretty cool.
I think I need to marry somebody down there. My girlfriend will not be too thrilled about that.
Why won't they let you in? Is that actually, have you tried, or?
No, they're very strict. Unless you're like some nuclear physicist or some, engineer, they're not taking people. That's why Australia is
plenty
good.
Of Muslims.
Right.
Yeah, but you guys
How are the Muslims there?
You guys have 20 million people. The Muslims are breeding. That's how they're there.
I think Australia stopped letting immigrants in whatsoever. Like they let them go on a boat and then put them on an island somewhere away from Australia and won't let them come into the country.
Yeah, that's actually so bad.
You need Australia for Australia.
Yeah. Their new immigration policy is like what they did with the guns. They're like, guns, shootings, that's bad. Let's ban that. And they're like, too many people. Let's ban that too.
Right.
But
which is laughable because of how big our country is and how small our population is. But the thing where they're just capturing the boats or turning the boats around to sink somewhere else, or like capturing people and sending them to basically concentration camps. It's pretty terrible.
That's really bad, but I wish England would do it.
It makes me really ashamed. You wish England would do it.
England is so bad at the moment. There's loads of problems with multiculturalism. It's not working.
I don't think the way to do it, though, is to send back rickety boats that are going to sink. Like, they were only just going to make it to Australia. If you turn them around, all those people die,
You know what's funny? This term multiculturalism, I've never heard somebody refer to monoculturalism. Like, does anybody have the balls to say that? Like, be like, I live in one culture, so either assimilate or get out.
Yeah, they say that about Japan and Korea pretty often, actually. But they don't say monocultural. They say...
I'm sure they have a happy...
There's a word for that.
But isn't there a lot of Brazilian people over in Japan?
Oh, it's definitely changing now, but
okay. I mean, I don't know anything about that.
When it's like 90, I think Korea's worse because it's like 99% homogenous.
Right.
Ask Boris about the Japanese. He has a seething hatred for them.
Oh, really?
Not anymore. I mean, I still hate them, but for different reasons.
He's gonna sink those braces into a Japanese guy at some point in his life.
Wow.
Just gnaw
No,
him.
but you should see my mother. She's much worse than me. I mean.
Yeah, it's not really cuddly between Japan and China, are they?
Hmm?
Yeah, things are not patched up. It hasn't. It's not. It's still recent. It's too soon.
I mean, Asia. You were talking about white racism in Europe, but in Asia, it's the same thing. I mean, everybody hates each other. So.
What happened to your wig, Boris?
Yeah, I was about to say, where's your hair?
Oh, I'm
so lipstick. What's going on?
He got it cut.
Yeah.
Boris, honestly, that hair look, it was a beautiful example of peacocking. I love it.
Hey, Boris is back to normal.
Yeah.
So
okay,
actually,
I'm sorry, go ahead. We have another guy going to join us in a second, Matty Nice.
Guy, is he bisexual at least?
He's black.
Whoa!
Oh, can I get the minority in?
Whoa! Street cred.
Got a badass here.
So I've been monitoring the chat. There's not much going on, but somebody had a question. Mr. Joshua, he wanted to ask Devin if his girlfriend is atheist too.
We had that question.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
She's an atheist, but I'm trying to think of her family. Fun fact about her: her grandfather is a Nazi, currently. Still alive, still very much a Nazi.
Wow.
So I guess that's non-atheist. Yeah, no, she's cool. She's sleeping, and she told me to inform all the ladies that she's going to be watching this tomorrow, and she's going to be checking.
No flirting.
Yeah, right.
Make sure we're not sucking your dick by a cam or something.
Right. I'm being watched by Big Sister.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to ask: have you catch the thing that happened in the north of France or something with the train?
Yeah. I was going to do a video on it because Jen covered that story, and literally it was a 10-minute video. Did not say the word Islam or Muslim once.
Seriously?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Wait, the just recent France?
Yeah,
okay.
the AK-47.
Right.
Doesn't mention it, as if it's not even a factor in what we're talking about. As if it's
He
not.
is on another fucking level of denial.
Right.
Oh.
It was so funny whenever was it Jimmy Dore who actually came out and said who actually came out and said that's exactly what we do but for Christians or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's a constant. I mean, it's comical. I don't understand, but it's how old are their average viewers? Like, is it even worth trying to drag these people out of their ignorance. I mean,
I know a lot of Young Turks and AJ Plus viewers. I mean, on my, because I have Facebook mostly to, keep up with my family and stuff. And I mean, I have a lot of friends on there who will post things by the Young Turks or by AJ Plus, and almost every time I'll comment on it, and then actually a lot of the time they delete their post if I say something on it, and so.
I like that. That's the end of the confrontation. They don't want to rock the boat, and they don't want to get involved. They don't want to back and forth with you. They want to know they're right and just proclaim they're right.
It's on Facebook though. Like a few people, when you say something to them, they're like, "How dare you message me on my Facebook and tell me that I'm wrong?"
Oh yeah.
Right. How dare you disrespect me in front of my friends and family?
Right.
That's what happens when I have a lot of friends that post everyday feminism or BuzzFeed links just endlessly.
Right.
And I'm just I try to respond sometimes and just be like, hey, this is stupid, right? Or just, try to get some conversation started. It's like, no, I just want you to like it. That's all it's here for.
Right.
I shared something on an atheist page, and my aunt unfriended me on Facebook. We haven't spoken in about 2 years because of that one post.
Oh, yeah. I think I mentioned earlier that my mom's entire side of the family is Mormon. And I don't remember what I posted. I think it was something about Christian. I mean, it was just some kind of atheist meme or something. And she blocked me. And and then she had her husband block me. And I think that most of my family just unfollowed me because they just don't want to see. Because, number one, I mean, they don't like tattoos. They don't like, any of that stuff. And I have tattoos. I cuss and whatever, and so they just don't want to see it. And they've shown my great-grandma and stuff, and, it's just weird.
That would really annoy me, because that's your family don't see you as important as their religion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
That's probably another reason why we don't feel as open to doing those kind of videos.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
what
that's
you
definitely.
do. As I made one little reply to my aunt who's an anti-vaxxer.
Oh.
And she in real life hasn't spoken to me in 3 years because I told her that being an anti-vaxxer is not quite correct.
Right.
It's true. I was very comfortable in my family relationships when I started my YouTube channel. In other words, I have my father, my sister, and then I'm estranged with a various assembly of religious people in my family. So I was not trying to tiptoe. I was very secure in who was going to stay in contact with me if they found out. And so I don't care. But I think we're at record levels of estrangement because this has got to be happening across the board. If you state your opinions online, your family's going to disagree with you and hate you for it.
Yep.
My nan hasn't spoken to me.
Especially your grandparents. Go ahead.
Yeah, my grandparent, my nan, she hasn't spoken to me in about 6 years because we were talking and there was a Jesus statue in the room, and I said something like Jesus was a brown person, and she made out like I screamed in her face like Jesus was a brown person. Never spoke to me since.
Oh my gosh.
That's all it took?
Yeah, I used to see her all the time as well. We were really close.
Tell her that Jesus never existed. See how that plays.
Right.
My mother is anti-vaccine, and she is convinced that flu shots will give you autism. So if I ever get the flu, I get to blame her for that.
I think my mom is also anti-vax.
If you get the flu shot every year like you're supposed to, does that give you super autism? Do you just keep getting worse? Or
I get the flu shot every year.
She wouldn't have really required shots for school, so she kept me homeschooled for 2 years until it wasn't required.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so sorry.
I just got back to school after being homeschooled for 2 years and private school for another year. And it's fucking weird.
You're still in high school, right?
Yeah.
What grade are you in?
I am a junior right now.
Okay.
Are you aware that if you have a health insurance card or whatever, you can go to a local Walgreens or CVS and get a flu shot for $30?
That's not what she's concerned about. She's not concerned about paying money for it. She's concerned about me dying or being mentally ill.
You can do this and you don't have to have her there.
Can she? I've just never heard of a minor going to get.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to be 18 to do it.
I thought you could get the flu shot as a minor. I thought that was one of those health things you can do.
I mean, I don't really care about the flu shots, but like, I don't want to get like some strange disease in my kidneys because I didn't get a shot.
Right. I mean, and the flu shots aren't all, they can't really predict exactly what strain is going to, be out. I haven't gotten a flu shot in years, but I have all my other shots, so.
I get the flu shot, the swine flu shot every year since the swine flus came out.
I actually got the swine flu. I just remembered that. I had the swine flu whenever it was going around. I guess
I've never had a flu shot in my whole entire life, and I just got my required shots like 2 months ago, and I'm 16. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What part of your body do they shoot those into?
Your arm, like
Yeah.
the top.
What's the
shoulder?
So is it steroid guys? Are they the only ones shooting in the ass now?
And for children, like, if they're not cooperative, they'll just like shove it up the butt. And...
I just got a big needle a few days ago. Look at my bruise.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah. Looks like a tattoo.
Damn.
It's a work of art.
What was
I
that?
bruise
Was
like
the
nobody
shot?
else. I got the implant-on rod put in, which is basically just they shoot like a metal post into you with a needle, but the needle's huge, so it just
Yeah, it's
bruised
a
my
big one.
That's birth control? What is that?
Yeah, it's birth control.
In like a rod.
Not that I need it, but
Progesterone.
Wait, is that the rod?
Yeah, the rod is like progesterone. It goes in your arm underneath,
Right.
and then slowly breaks down over the course of like 2 years.
Now we're into women talk here.
Yeah.
Because
We're learning.
I am Native American, and so I actually get free birth control. I've never used anything besides just the pill, but I mean, obviously, I haven't been on it in a little while. Otherwise, I wouldn't be pregnant. But but yeah, I've always been interested in getting the rod. I just did. I had a cousin who got the, what is it called? The little T-looking thing?
Coil.
Yeah, she got one of those and had to get it surgically removed. Something went wrong with it.
Devin, can I just interject here? How much are you learning about your fans right now?
No, I'm fascinated. I love it. I'm giddy as a schoolboy here. I'm learning.
well, I have mine for health reasons anyway, so it's not like
What does that mean?
nothing weird.
Let me explain that. With some women, if you get a particular kind of contraception, it can help with period regulation and depression and all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
Is that about right, ladies?
Complexion?
Yeah.
All of
Well, complexion for me has never. It's always actually kind of made it worse. And I have some friends that, I mean, it just made them gain so much weight. It really depends on the woman, you know.
Yeah, because it affects your hormones, so it's gonna make everything messed up.
Oh yeah.
I think my pill has a benefit of boob increase.
Oh.
Oh, I need that one.
Yeah, I've been taking the pill since I was 14 for migraines, and it's not been a good ride.
That's why I can't take the pill, is because I have migraines, and they were like, if you take it, you'll have a stroke or something.
Like you
It
talk
puts me at
about,
stroke
you
risk.
talk about the
Yeah.
PMSing being scary, but when you take it for 2 years straight, like
Josh, what pill are you taking?
it's a mess. I feel sorry for the guys in this chat right now.
I love it.
I'm enjoying it.
This is going to be on YouTube for a lot of people.
Right.
I'm ready to hear about menstrual blood. Bring it on.
No.
Let's run a marathon.
It's really red.
Let's run a marathon and have a period at the same time.
Be bleeding.
That looks really nice.
No, but let me ask.
That was a 4chan joke, by the way.
Let me ask one question.
I saw that.
About the hormones. Do you guys actually feel hormone intensification? Like, explain that
yes.
process.
I do not.
I
Lucky.
do. Whenever
you're
I
pregnant.
was, obviously, not right now. It's insane. I mean, I feel my body feels different just from the hormones. I mean, also, I mean, my heart. I don't know exactly. I mean, I know that my blood volume has pretty much doubled, and I mean, I can see my heart beating through my clothes. It's so intense now, but. I mean, the hormones are really bad now, but whenever I was just getting my periods, it was horrible. I mean, I would cry over not having any popcorn left. in the kitchen
I don't know if you've
or
ever,
something.
I don't know if any of you have ever been like depressed or anything, like where you're just very lethargic all the time and you just want to sleep. It's like that for about a week.
Yeah.
And you just feel like everything's going wrong when nothing's wrong at all.
Oh yeah.
And you just want to kill everybody, basically.
I actually have type 2 bipolar disorder, and for a while I was being medicated, and it helped a lot. I can't take it while being pregnant, so I'm like 10 times more of a psycho right now, plus the hormones. So I definitely know, what that is like. But I mean, PMSing never affected that really, but
Yeah.
I mean.
Here's my thing. Like when I hear hormones, it's always bad. Like the more hormones, the worse.
Well, they
it's
give us
never
boobs.
Okay,
Who cares?
Before I was pregnant, I was a 34B, and I am now like a 42C. So I cannot complain at all.
I went up to an F when I was pregnant.
Oh my gosh.
Are you buying new bras, or are you just spilling out of the old ones?
No, I'm buying new ones because
you know those bras with a zipper in the front for breastfeeding, so you know.
Yeah. My cousin. I haven't researched this, but my cousin told me that she bought a maternity bra and it made her boobs saggier after pregnancy, I guess, because they weren't supporting. I have no idea. I want to look
Can
that
we
up.
stop talking about breasts just for a second? Sorry, Devin.
It's our favorite topic.
I'm listening on the chub right now. I'm enjoying this talk.
Can we just stop? Because we do have a new guest. It's the little teddy bear.
Hello.
This is his welcome.
Hello, Marty.
Hi,
Hi.
guys. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I am well, I identify as a female right now. I'm black. And I sounds like he's white privilege. So it's great to talk to you guys right now.
Hi, Marty.
Welcome to the group, you oppressive shitlord.
I am.
Go, Marty. Let's tell the group who you are and what you do.
I'm not gonna say too much because I like to say offensive things on the internet, and
go for it.
Good. Who doesn't?
Yeah, I grew up. Have you guys seen Jesus Camp?
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, so I will say that that's not really an exaggeration. That was a decent part of my childhood. I had African parents who came here and sort of got into went to an evangelical church for a while. And then I went to Catholic high school, and I was one of those kids who would argue a lot. And there were a few things that planted seeds in my mind. And so when I went off to one of these liberal elite colleges that they tell you about, I ended up converting to atheism, or deconverting. And I guess that's it.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate the introduction.
Maddie,
welcome to the group.
Did you say
I
your
hope
parents
you like menstrual talks, because you're in for a treat.
We need to stop the blood thing. You know, it sounded like a conversation about ISIS.
Did you say your parents were your parents from Africa? Which nation?
Nigeria.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yeah. So all this this racial talk, I find it like really interesting. I really love your videos because I really hate how the fucking left groups all, not just black people, but all this from people of fucking color. What the fuck does that mean? Like Africans are literally the most tribal people in the most literal way, right? Like literally Nigerians will talk about what tribe are you? Are you Yoruba? Are you Edo? Are you Hausa? Like
Swahili.
What the fuck does being black mean? Like it means fucking nothing. So I don't know, like all the double standards that you address. Like I really like when somebody stands up for like what's right.
Well, I need you to get my back, because if I say it, guess what? You know what they're gonna call me?
Fucking racist, right?
Big time. Big time. Yeah.
I think you should embrace.
All I want to do is get online and talk boobs and menstruation, but I have to address race and religion.
I mean, let's talk about the fact. Like, I mean, the double standards are fucking absurd. I mean, with this shooting that happened recently, was it WDBJ or was that it?
Yeah.
The fact that you had Black Lives Matter activists coming out and saying, man, if this guy was white, they would call him a terrorist or whatever. And the guy is black. And you literally have what people said was happening during the Dylan Roof shooting. I tweeted you the picture of the guy who said, I woke up and I found that white people are dead, 2 white people. It's a great day. The world's becoming a better place. Nobody says fucking anything, right?
You know what I think also? about that guy is that the fact that he was gay only pumped up the regressives, because that means he's even powerless. You know, he has no power whatsoever. The
His
guy's
privilege
gay.
score.
Yeah.
It ups his privilege score. I think it's a ×2 multiplier.
Oh God. I can't believe that. I should do more videos on that topic.
I mean, I don't know. Because you're white, though, you're always going to take shit. There's nothing you can say except blacks have been oppressed, slavery, segregation, white people suck. That's not going to...
And you and I are first generation African, and we still get this.
I see what you did there.
Nice.
Yeah, but I do take issue. You know, I am identifying as a female today, and you still let all these women go in front of me. I don't know what your.
Well, we can bring it back to boobs. I mean, I'm happy to steer it back there.
You guys, about that menstrual blood, right?
Well, you
guys.
Sorry,
let's not talk about menstrual blood. Can we just keep it on the tits, please?
Without the menstrual blood, we wouldn't have tits. So.
Stop talking about menstrual blood.
Oh my God.
I'm not having this hangout going that way.
You guys missed the first girl in here, Mocha. She would have put you all to shame.
She had massive boobs.
She had the breasts of 3 women.
I was
on one side.
It's not about the quantity; it's the quality.
Ooh, is that a shots fired?
No, it wasn't an offensive thing.
The nipple.
Mocha was that was the first hangout she ever, the first live hangout she ever did, and she was very nervous. And I saw that she posted on Twitter that she was in a hangout with me and Devon, and she was kind of wondering how it went.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like talking on a phone, as far as I'm concerned.
I thought she was adorable.
Right.
Absolutely.
I was really nervous.
Really?
Yeah, I get nervous easily, and
it's the hormones.
Yeah, exactly. It's the hormones.
Yeah, but it's not the fucking hormones, dude. It's not the hormones. It's just a natural human reaction to thinking that you're talking to a bunch of people. When really, I've got like 9 people in front of me. There's 33 people watching, and who gives a fuck? Because we all know that we're nice people.
Right, and I mean, I talk to most of you, frequently. I mean, yeah, I guess not most of you. I guess
not me.
just.
Is Kat talking right now? I'm sorry.
No, it's Christiana.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I mostly just talk to you and Josh.
Yeah.
And Devin, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. What is your name? Whoa. Okay. Sorry, I just pushed something. Never mind. Disregard me right now. I don't know what I'm doing.
That's okay.
Can I ask the woman on the chat something?
Say again.
What?
Répétez, s'il vous plaît.
Pardon. This is from Liberal Craig. So, Newton or Compton? For you, Devin.
Newton or
Liberal Craig is not in this hangout right now. If he wants to be, he can send me a link. He knows who I am.
Does anyone feel ashamed to call themselves liberal with the state of the liberals right now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
progressive, a liberal.
Yeah, I'll call myself a liberal. I will never call myself a progressive. But
I said I'm a right-leaning liberal.
Yeah, there you go.
Has anyone taken the political compass test?
We've done that one.
I've taken it. Yeah.
What did you get?
I'm in the bottom left corner. I'm down there. Yeah.
Okay, same.
But
I'm a liberal libertarian.
I'm also posting Glenn Beck videos, so I don't know what that means.
Well, Glenn Beck's really high regarded. Have you heard of a libertarian realist?
Yeah.
Yeah, they normally show Glenn Beck videos at those conferences.
Really?
Because of the stuff he says.
It's strange. It's like a failure of our language. There are not enough words to describe our group, I don't think. Like, within atheism, like, remember they tried Atheism Plus, and there was like, oh wait, we can subdivide. Okay, let's come up with.
Steve Shives hasn't given up on that yet.
Yeah. So I want Steve Shives people to stand on this side, and I'm going to stand on the other side, and let's come up with a name to describe those 2 groups. How about that?
Other people do it. Why can't you?
I really believe that the term regressive needs to stick, and I think we have to insert these words ourselves. This is what spreading a meme is all about. You gotta change the language, grab it by its horns.
I really like
regressive.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Ladies first.
What? Okay, never mind. Okay, I really liked the picture that Sam Vallely tweeted to you, Rue. We were actually thinking about making one of those for you, but we don't have Photoshop or anything. I don't know how to do anything like that, but yeah, I really liked that picture. The regressives are stoppable with the
that one.
With Jon Stewart. Let's see, Abby Martin, Jacqueline Glenn, Chank, Ben Affleck.
He had one with
Anna,
Neil deGrasse Tyson in it in the beginning, and then he got rid of it.
Yeah, Neil's just off playing with his chemistry set. Like, he doesn't need to.
Right.
He's doing his own thing.
He's just been dead in the media lately.
I mean, there are certain people. I don't know if Abby strikes you guys the way she strikes me, but I cannot stand her.
Well, actually, like, the first time I had seen a video of her, I noticed her mustache, but then after you said something about it, it kills me now. Like, I mean, at first I didn't really, but it's her monotone voice, her, you know, usually I don't care, you know, if a woman has a mustache, whatever, I don't give a shit, but she's just so horrible.
It's her eyes. She has like these eyes where they bulge out, and she's always sort of grinding her teeth, sort of this intensity of
and
like,
the way that she moves her shoulders, like while she was talking to Joe Rogan, I don't know, the way that she was moving was really irritating too. She's really smug, yeah.
But the thing about her is you have to understand, when she was in college, the Iraq War was getting going. So like her whole worldview is centered around this one event. And the only thing she wants to talk about or can talk about is the Iraq War. I just watched a video with her talking to Noam Chomsky while I was running at the gym. I almost vomited on the treadmill. It was I couldn't take it.
Was it the Vocal Fry?
Vocal Fry? Who's that?
That was me, Maddie.
Who has Vocal Fry? Oh, her Vocal Fry.
Yeah, like the Vocal Fry. Question for you, what percentage of women, so all the women here were like, you asked them what they want to speak about and they said feminism, right?
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of women do you think are actually feminists? When we talk about the SJWs.
But see, then again, we're back to the language issue, because they're not going to agree with the word.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is for women's equality. Everybody thinks that women should be able to make as much money as they want, should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. But like, what percentage of women you think actually identify as like, you know, Arnita Sarkeesian, as who's this lady who works for the fucking Guardian?
Well, let's
I
ask
forget
them.
her name.
Let's ask them. How many of you identify as a feminist?
Well, I actually used to, you know, but then whenever I really started to think about it, I mean,
hang on, Christy.
I don't want what.
When you say you did identify as a feminist,
right.
what particular things were you identifying with?
Really, I mean, it was probably just because of, I mean, where I was choosing to work, because I was a receptionist. So I went, like, I mean, a lot of the time, I had really sexist co-workers and bosses. I wasn't really thinking, oh, like, I'm so oppressed. I was just thinking, you know, there are some things that could change, but mostly I was thinking of, you know, women in Middle Eastern countries, you know, and thinking, well, you know, but really that's just human rights. You know, I don't really think of myself as a feminist at this point because I think that it's more of a human rights issue, but I mean, at one point I was thinking, well, yeah, we need to, you know, encourage these women, but I mean, if, you know, they're calling their religion feminist, you know, I mean, then I don't know how to help them.
The scariest thing about what you're saying is that feminists will oppose people who criticize, you know, the oppression of women in the Middle East. Like, have you seen like what's happening to like Richard Dawkins? I mean, it's fucking absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if you're going on about how you're oppressed and like, you know, you have all these, like, when you actively suppress the people who are trying to, you know, liberate people in other countries who are in situations much worse than yours. You know, like, I don't know what's going on, but
yeah, it's first world problems. They put a hashtag on Twitter about some non-issue, like
that's all feminism is. It's like, oh, video games, like,
yeah, women aren't bad enough in video games is oppression now, right?
Tropes.
Like, have you seen the articles that have been
written?
tropes
versus
There's
loads of female. Sorry.
That's a complete joke of a project.
Yeah, I mean, it's all first. It really is all first world problems. I mean, it's.
The word trope is a trigger for me, and also nuance. If you hear nuance.
The narrative.
Oh God.
I think at one point feminism wasn't such a terrible thing. Don't get ahead of me on this. Like, I don't agree with it or anything. But I think in the beginning they had good intentions of, you know, raise the pay grade to where it's supposed to be.
Did you? I think that all of the most recent thing.
I'm sorry.
Like, you know how they're always on about trigger warnings and stuff? There's a thing that's come out really recently that's like, can we not say trigger because the word trigger is triggering?
No.
Can we just?
That's more like a
I was
Tumblr
waiting
thing,
for
less of
that.
like a feminist thing. That's all like those stupid self-harm things on Tumblr where they're just like, oh, I hate my life so much, like 5 retweets and I'll stop. Like,
Attention seekers.
Yeah, and that's all of Tumblr basically. It's all of Twitter.
Evan, you have to watch Tumblrism. You have to watch it.
Okay.
Like,
It's great.
5 hours is gonna go by in 30 minutes.
That's a YouTube channel, or?
It's it's mirrored on a lot of different channels. You just have to search for it. But
Okay.
he's called what's he called now?
Internet aristocrat.
No, but he's called something different. Mr. Medicare.
I posted a video of his then once, a mirrored one.
Yeah.
I just feel like the feminism thing has sort of been covered by the internet. I don't know if I need to weigh in on that.
I mean,
but you have a
everybody hates
special way of
feminism.
saying things.
Special. Special as in like Special Olympics, or?
No, you have a special like brutality to you that I think that we need.
Have you made any videos with like? Have you made any videos with like Anita Sarkeesian or anything like that, where it's just completely bashing one specific person, or it?
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I guess I could apply some blunt force trauma to the feminists out there, but maybe if you guys could send me a video in particular that you think needs.
I could find you hundreds.
I'll send you a video now.
That you ask for, you want to see what the woman wants. How about like a video of Steve Shives? I know that he's like a really
Man,
just
is
like
that
his
guy
face.
he whipped? Oh.
I have a feeling
real
that
manly, masculine.
I have a feeling that Devin might be addressing Steve Shives in the near future. I'm getting a feeling. I am getting a feeling on that one.
He's in that weird
when he
zone.
talks about white men.
Yeah. He's in that weird zone for me where he has a beard, but I don't respect him.
I actually used to subscribe to him.
What happened?
I was like,
I think you cut out there.
Yeah.
Sorry. I used to be subscribed to him really briefly, like because he was doing the responses to the books, like the Christian books. I watched that series, but then he started getting into all this feminist shit, and I was like, ew.
I used a video of his. I actually made a video about him. He said some really smart things about religion and. No, I swear to God, and this is before
I'm messing around with you.
He does do religion well. It's just when he moves into feminism. Like, I hate subscribe him at the moment.
He has a video called "Why an Atheist Defends Islam," and I can't believe it. I tweeted it the other day. I don't know.
Why black man defends the KKK, right? Like what?
He represents so many of the things that are wrong with the people online. Like he brings them to you all in one package with a beard.
I've heard that his wife pushes him to do it. Like,
and is she public at all?
No.
Can I just say one thing? Is there anybody that doesn't want to be in the hangout right now? They can always come back in, because I want to invite somebody on if that's all right. And she does have breasts.
I'm getting ready to drop off Skull.
Yeah, get rid of one of the guys then.
How many people are able to be inside of a hangout at a time?
10.
I think it's 10 people. I'm not sure.
So, who wants to drop out? They can come back in.
Man.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop out. I've been up since about 5 this morning, and I'm getting kind of tired. So it's been a blast.
Oh, fuck it.
Black privilege, so.
Not a problem. All right, Josh. I will catch you. Thank you, sir.
Bye, Josh.
Bye, Josh.
Bye. See you guys.
Do you need another person to jump out?
Well, I'm trying to get Liz in, or Kate, or whatever the fuck she wants to call herself. She has the link.
I'm not super good at talking over people anyway, so I can leave if you need room.
Not at all.
Yeah, me too, so.
Boris can fuck off because his sister's gone.
No, she's still here.
Oh, she's still there. Hello, Catherine. I love you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just have a question. Did you ever have a problem with, what you say on YouTube in reality?
Well, there's a guy who wants to kill me. in reality.
Is it
That's
the
a bit of-
ISIS snowman guy?
Yeah, I still have
That
to
made me
get
laugh
that.
so hard.
But I've
Sometimes
only
I'll.
Come to your home.
well, in my home, I've only met one guy in real life. This guy Luke in London, and that's the only connection I have to reality and my YouTube channel. Like one
You're
guy.
in Germany right now?
Well, come to Oklahoma City.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah,
come to
there's
Australia.
just so much going on over here. I'm kidding.
I would go. It's just like it actually is a safety concern at this point. I mean, maybe I'm being paranoid, but like I don't even tell people what city I'm in because.
Well, I wouldn't either. Jesus.
Yeah, and it's my name, and people are like posting up videos like disparaging my name, my real name, and it's like, dude, this is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, Devin, you posted that little screenshot or whatever it was, that little contest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Some weirdo, and it wasn't that bewildered shithead.
Yeah.
Right. Where did that come from?
What was the screenshot of?
Oh, hey guys.
Wait,
Hello,
is that Liz?
Hi, Liz.
Wait, is that Liz Kate Jerry, or is that a different Liz?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, this is Liz, aka Twittetta on Twitter.
Yeah, that's what I said. Liz Kate Jerry.
That one.
Liz K. Jerry? I don't
Liz
know.
Kate Jerry. You keep changing
Liz
your
K.
name.
Jerry.
Yes.
Okay, get you. I don't remember what I do. I live by the moment.
Yeah.
What is with this voice?
Liz has quite a squeaky voice, but only when she's nervous. I have spoken to her before on Skype, and the first time I ever spoken to her, it sounded like she'd inhaled a massive helium balloon. Right? She sounded so high voiced it was ridiculous. And then as we got talking, the tone of her voice went down. Okay, so she does slow down. Give her a chance. Hello, Liz.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi, Liz.
Hello.
Liz, where are you? I need to know location.
Texas.
Yeah.
What's your address? That's what you need to know.
Your phone number also.
Code. Phone number.
Postcode.
You're getting doxxed.
Work hours.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Have you been listening? What are your thoughts on the conversation so far?
I listened a little bit on the drive home, but people are playing music in the car and stuff, so I stopped. All I heard was white racism in Europe, and you guys were talking about the weather. Interesting.
Devin,
Got a bunch of women.
My fiance's brother, Jaron Ford, he's one of your followers. I don't know if he's ever tweeted at you or anything, but he wanted me to ask you about the creationist cat, if you were, because I've heard you mention it a little bit, but if you were planning on making a response video, or because I think
you did make a response video, didn't you?
Or no, I'm asking if he will. Or
yeah, I will. I think it's going to be fun to do that. It's just he's not important to the topic really.
Right.
It's more of a petty YouTube drama thing.
Yeah.
And his attack on me was sort of a scatter shot, just like a shotgun blast of just I don't like this guy. Let me just generally, besmirch everything he's ever said. And so it was more like a character assassination. And
Who are we talking about here?
The creationist cat.
I would like to point something out to everybody publicly. Whoever wants to listen to this back, if you hide behind a character on the internet, like I guess I'm doing, skullduggery and whatever you want to fucking call it, or Devin isn't doing that because everybody knows who he is. But if you hide behind a caricature, which is fine, don't start slinging racist accusations about. Because if you do, some fucker's going to call you out on it, and that is the bottom line. Now.
You're not a superhero. You don't get some alter ego. It's like just
and
say
I've noticed that he uses the same Cartman voice that TJ does. It's they sound so much alike. Whenever I was listening to it, I've never seen one of his videos until.
I said this on the last hangout. The guy does have some talent with voice acting, right? I don't expect anybody to say, yeah, he does, right? But the guy does. He can be funny. He made the massive, and I've said this before on the last hangout, which was 4 hours long. I don't expect anybody to have heard it. You cannot call somebody out like that and make such a horrendous accusation and expect to just telling his Patreons
the people who pay this guy money, dropping money in his hat every month, that he's better off put it in. He may as well pay it to the KKK. Fuck that guy. That's when I stood in his face and said, "Fuck you." And he didn't want to chat over Twitter. He wanted to email me about it.
I don't know. I think people are using these accusations.
So whoa! I haven't finished. So let's join the dots. So I want to join the dots here. So he emails me. He emails me and tells me all these aggravations. Fuck that guy. He's called Vadim Newquist. There we go. That's his name.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Somebody doxed him.
Nobody doxed.
Wasn't it you, Devin? Or not?
He didn't dox. Nobody doxed.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, sorry.
He used his personal email. That was his.
There we go.
In his video,
his name is already online.
And because I remember in one of his videos, it might have been the one complaining about Devin. He was saying something about him doxing him, or showed screenshots of tweets or something. I don't know. I don't remember it, but.
I was heavily involved in that one, but I'm sure I'll let Devin do it.
Yeah, I mean, I can explain the whole thing. I mean, it's a ridiculous situation. I mean, this whole doxing phenomenon is ridiculous. So basically, if somebody I don't know who has thousands upon thousands of followers, he gets up in public on top of a mountaintop and says, "This guy here is a racist. This guy belongs to the KKK. Don't send him money." And I announce his name, not his address, not his workplace, nothing like that. I say, "Oh, by the way, you are the name. This is the name of the guy accusing me of racism in public for no fucking reason, and I'm the bad guy. Like now, I am in the wrong somehow. I say fuck that. If you want to get online and talk shit to me, just say your name. Just say your name. Jenny McDermott talks all sorts of shit to me. At least she has the decency to say her name. She signs her name to that.
Right.
You know, and that's all I'm asking. But you know, this is a mindless thing, and this whole culture of Reddit autistic little dipshits out there, like, oh, dox, that's the buzzword. It's dox.
See, does doxing only refer to like giving out their real personal information and not just their?
Normally applied to an address or credit card information.
But like, if it's already on his profile and literally anybody could click on it and see it, what's his problem?
It's on his Patreon.
The guy is desperate for attention. He's like a wannabe comic, and he wants exposure. Like, why do you think the second after I tweeted his name, which was already out there in public, as you just said, he went on to The Drunken Peasants, a show with 100,000 subscribers. He then announced his name to the world. He's like, this is me, and here's me doing a stupid music video, and it's me. Hire me, everybody. My name's Vadim. You know, it's like, dude, why are you trying to play the victim and blame it on me? Like, get over yourself. If you want to call me racist, just sign your name to it. That's all.
Yeah. So fuck that guy.
He learned that off Anita Sarkeesian, that playing the victim is the way to get rich.
Yeah.
Maybe people will hire him for talks now, so he can talk how he was victimized.
No, in Vadim's case, it was a very much he had to think on his feet on that one. But the first thing, like Devin just said, the first thing he did was run to his biggest allies, like Jacqueline Glenn did when Devin called him out. He did the same fucking thing.
Yeah, you have to understand, it's like a set of dominoes. Here's what I did. I didn't like what Jon Stewart said. I watched a Jon Stewart video. Okay, he's a regressive. Jacqueline Glenn saw the Jon Stewart thing. I didn't like what Jacqueline said. I attacked her. Jacqueline goes to the Drunken Peasants. The Drunken Peasants are friends with Creationist Cat, and down the line we go until you end up fighting with a fucking 13-year-old who's shoving cheeseburgers in his mouth. You know, this is the end of the line, the bottom of the barrel. And this is what you get. This is online drama.
Right.
Okay, we're getting some. So somebody's watching the feed. Please exit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my computer. Okay, I haven't signed into it yet. Sorry. Okay, there we go.
Now let's get back. Let's get back to. Hey, Layla, what's up?
Lalo.
There we go.
Lalo. Be quiet.
There was a movie. There was a movie called Lilo and Stitch. I think that's throwing me off.
That's what I want to call him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so is it Lalo?
What was the name of the Fifth Element girl? Lilu.
Lilu.
Can I call you that? Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Lalo.
Oh, I can't hear you guys.
It sounds like a pretty name.
He's I'll introduce. No, he's gone again.
And he's gone.
Oh.
No.
Wow.
Bye, Lalo.
He'll be back.
I was about to say he looks like Omid Jalili.
He's actually. I don't know if anybody that's on Twitter. He's Chile's atheist.
Yeah. Lalo's on.
Lalo's on.
Oh my God.
Follow him.
Keep it cool, dude. We've got females in the house.
Females are among us. Now let's get back to Kat and her bisexuality. What's going on with that?
I can't hear anybody.
Yeah.
Everybody else be quiet. Let's talk about bisexuality, please.
What's the latest trend? Are you going with the guys or the girls recently?
I have a girlfriend right now.
That is so edgy of you.
Thank you. That's what I was going for. Yeah, it's been 4 months now.
And that's a long-term relationship for a 17-year-old, right?
Oh, totally. Well, 16, but yeah.
Oh.
Have you told your parents yet?
No. I did this really stupid thing and tried to come out as pansexual on Facebook. I don't know why.
Why bother coming out? I mean, why tell
I had no
anyone?
idea that my grandmother had connections to Facebook. She is a strict Catholic. She's from Ireland, and she practices the old Catholic tradition. So if she's visiting right now, and she's in the other room, so I'm gonna not be too loud. But hold on.
Wow, we got a situation brewing here.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Lalo.
Hi, guys.
There we go. Hello.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you guys before.
That's okay. Keep quiet. We're talking about other things. Mute your microphone, sir.
Hey, Lalo.
Hi, guys.
From Ireland, and she practices the old.
Liz, what is your picture of? I can't.
So if she
really.
Layla, somebody needs to close the stream off, please.
Be too loud.
Sorry.
But hold on.
Wow, we got a situation brewing here.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, can we stop? Somebody's.
Hi, guys.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
You're gonna get booted. Who was it? Oh, was it Layla? Layla. Blimey, dude. Okay, go.
I think Kat's muted a microphone.
I have no idea what I was talking about. Somebody came in my room, so.
Bisexual, Nan, Facebook.
Right. So I tried to come out on Facebook. I had no idea she knew about Facebook. So my mother basically came into my room crying, and she's like, why did you do that on Facebook? And now my mother's going to kill me. And it was just terrible. They freaked out over something as simple as me saying, hi, I'm pansexual. I like girls and guys and people who are in between.
Why come out? What is this enthusiasm with announcing who you like to fuck with the world?
Being accepted.
It's not.
No. It's more about realizing who you have on your friends list that will not accept you for who you are. That's why I tried it on Facebook, just to see who would react negatively.
Yeah, you should just tell your mom that there are multiple male genders. There are 36 genders, and you still just fuck guys. It's just that you guys who call themselves he, and guys who call themselves there. And then
what?
That's bisexual.
You like just two. It just means two. It's just two male genders.
Yeah, I think they're overcomplicated with the sexualities.
Well, somebody was talking about that there are over 100 gender identifications.
And you could identify as a jar of peanut butter, and people would still accept you for who you are. It doesn't mean that you're right, but
it's just getting confusing. I accept whatever, but it's just
so, Kat,
really difficult.
Does your family think that's just a phase, or are they sort of crossing their fingers on that?
I think my mother is convinced that I'm in a phase of not knowing who I am. And she thinks atheism is a phase, and that I'll learn my religion sooner or later. I'm so glad my grandmother did not find out, though. My father doesn't give a shit.
Christianity is pretty much against bisexuality, too, I'm guessing, in the same exact way as homosexuality? Or?
Because, technically, you're still practicing homosexuality, whether you're...
You're a half abomination.
I'm half of an abomination. I don't know if dating someone who is a transgender is considered wrong. I guess.
Caitlyn Jenner, he's single.
Did you just say he? Oh my god.
My mom is gay, and she came out to a Catholic family, and they, for 20 years, said she was going through a phase, even though they didn't accept it.
I tried telling my mother when I was 9 years old. I had no idea what it was, and I'm just like, I like this girl in my class, and she's like, no, you don't. And how many years later she still doesn't believe me.
She's gonna have to accept it one day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me ask the group. Same gender crush. Who do you have one on? Talking man crush for the men, female crushes on the women.
Brad Bucket Pitt.
You have a man crush on Brad Pitt, Maddie?
Yeah, dude. I do.
Allison Brie.
I don't know who that is.
Who's that?
Annie from Community. I love her.
Oh yeah, she's cute. I don't know. It's weird. I find myself, like I can't even think of a male celebrity crush I have. I just think that women are, more attractive.
Selective.
I'm sorry?
What's a female celebrity crush you have?
Let me think. Natalie Portman.
Oh, yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah, I mean that's like the main one. I'm trying to think of because I don't even know these girls' names. I don't care about who these
Hey
celebrities
guys,
are.
my battery's about to run out, so I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye instead of just getting cut off.
Okay, Liz. Thank you for joining, honey.
Yep. Bye.
All right, sweetheart. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Yeah, I feel like if you don't have a crush on Natalie Portman, you're lying.
Yeah.
I don't know who Natalie Portman is.
I'm going to try and advertise this hangout. I'm trying to construct a tweet, and I guess I need some help. I was going to write, "Do you like penises?" ? Join me, and then put the link. Does that work?
No.
I don't
Yeah,
think
what
so.
about
No.
It's provocative.
Well, have we discussed
Do you like
penises?
tits?
Do you like Bollywood? Do you like tits?
Do you like talking about tits and menstruation?
We haven't really discussed
Do you like
male
tits?
genitalia.
Hang on.
That's true.
Do you like tits and menstruation? Right.
Yeah.
Male
That was my
genitalia.
tweet. My tweet was
Okay,
exactly
okay.
that.
I got a question for the ladies. Male genitalia centric.
Yeah.
We don't like kangaroo dick.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's coiled. Let me check.
9 inches.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I'm gonna Google that.
I want out of the think of all the penises you've seen in your life in person. What percentage have been circumcised?
I've never
One.
seen an uncircumcised dick ever. Never in person.
Really?
I am not circumcised, for the record. I am not circumcised. And neither is my son.
Oh wait, actually.
It's not common in England, is it?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Actually, I've only seen one that wasn't circumcised. But it was whenever I was working in a nursing home. So I don't think that really counts.
So this is a female-centric hangout centered towards Devon Tracy. Is Devon? So then we can all visualize his cock.
Oh, but he said it was spiral.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you
coiled
circumcised?
something.
Devon Tracy,
How
are
old
you?
is your cock, Devon?
Devon is circumcised. I heard him say it.
Of course I am. Of course I am. I could never even fathom a world in which I wasn't. Holy.
Oh.
And that's why I always cringe at the men's rights people who are like so amped up on having extra cock skin. It's like, dude, come join me with the shaved.
Devon, I'm gonna have to call you out, Devon. I'm gonna have to call you out one.
Okay.
I also am circumcised, for the record.
Okay.
Congratulations.
When you what? Reparation? When you think about it, I mean, the men's rights activists do have a point. Like, objectively, it is a perverted practice to strap a baby, fucking, Dale down on a table and cut off its fucking skin.
I've seen a lot of controversy about this.
Yeah, we should leave the umbilical cords in too, huh?
But it's
Let me
really
ask-
gonna happen.
You guys hear me?
Come on, it's not. Are you serious?
Maddie, you have penis skin envy.
Hello?
These are not. What grown man has his umbilical cord hanging out?
Yeah, I understand. I understand that this is a tradition rooted
Hello?
in some nonsense, and I think there is.
Rooted in a religion that's just as backwards as the Muslims that. Well, no, it's not just as backwards now.
Right. I understand. There's a health issue that we're talking about, and there's just a ritualistic cultural issue, and I know that there is points to be made on their side.
The health issue is no. The health issue is absolute bullshit, by the way.
It's not a health issue.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
It's absolute bullshit. It's bullshit.
But that's the argument, though.
No, it isn't an argument. No, because if you talk to a pediatrician, if you get a little boy circumcised, there's a very, very, very slight chance that may have prevented him from some kind of future disease. Now, my I'm sorry. I will finish. My point was when my son was born, and bearing in mind I wasn't even in the country when he was born, right? So this decision was made over the phone. My wife called me and said, "Are we going to get him circumcised?" I was like, "No fucking way. I don't want his dick chopping up." The minute
you know what
he
I
gets
find
out of my wife's womb.
You know what I find really weird? When the argument that an uncircumcised penis is somehow more hygienic and cleaner, I find that well, I'm not circumcised. So
Go
when I
back.
hear, sometimes I've heard women say that, and I get really offended, and it kind of sounds a lot like, well, why don't you pull out your fingernails and to keep them from getting dirty, or you could cut off your ear because it gets dirty. It's like things your body's gonna get dirty, right? And you just have to keep it clean. That's not really an argument that something gets dirty.
You're absolutely right.
In other words, every guy in here who's uncircumcised supports that type of penis, and everybody who is circumcised supports that kind.
No. Okay,
right. Except
I
for
think you
Maddie.
should just ask the females.
Exactly. So hold on. Because Maddie has penis skin envy. Yes, Maddie has penis skin envy. We know that. But let me ask the three women, which do you prefer aesthetically?
Circumcised.
That's so fucking bullshit.
Hold on. The British woman just said circumcised.
Well,
I
mean, it really depends, like, because some people do not keep it clean. When you have a fold, you need to keep it clean. It's disgusting to talk about, but you need to.
Absolutely.
And, like, some guys,
to be fair, that also happens with women.
Now, some guys do not understand how to clean their own dick. Like, that's just ridiculous. And, like, of the two that I have seen, the circumcised one is a lot.
But that's not a reason to cut it off.
No,
I mean, there are people who have
even
dirty fingernails, there are people who have dirty ears, there are people who have dirty
okay,
everything.
aesthetically, it is more attractive than seeing a floppy little thing.
I've never seen an uncircumcised dick.
You are very lucky.
Well, I mean, the only time I've seen it, it was, like a 70-year-old man.
Well,
can I just say one thing?
It doesn't have to be attractive.
Say one thing as a man with a penis that is not circumcised.
See, this is what we need to do. We need to split up the atheist community into these two groups. Atheism minus foreskin. That's the new group.
Atheism plus foreskin.
Yeah, and I will have you know that out of the three women in this room, all three prefer my penis to all of yours.
No.
That wasn't said.
May I just make one point? Seriously, I know Matty, just give me 1 second, all right, buddy? I can hear you trying to get in. If you have a penis that is not circumcised and you don't have, say, a dad, I'm not saying generally, but if you don't have a dad that tells you how to clean it, or a mom how to clean it, or a mum how to clean it, then I was in the position where I was like 13 and I'd never cleaned it, and I was like, where's this smell coming from?
Ew.
And you end up finding out what it is.
Wait, you're not helping your cause. You're not helping.
This is the truth of it, right? The male foreskin doesn't actually separate from the penis until they're about 8 or 9 years old, right? So you cannot pull the foreskin all the way back. Oh, I mean, you can force it, and it'll be done. It's like the hymen in a woman, right?
I don't even know if you guys. I don't even know if you guys can technically be called humans at this point.
That is true. I mean, Lalo, if you
can I ask a different question? Because somebody mentioned men's right activists, and I'm very curious about something. Has anyone ever?
We're talking about
no. It's a different question. But has anyone actually ever met in person a men's right activist, someone who identifies that way?
Yeah. I talked to a lot of men's rights activists.
Can we say the forking issue real quick?
Because I have this feeling that they're like as common as like the KKK. They're kind of like they're the feminist boogeyman. Like they're like the KKK for Cenk Uygur and Black Lives Matter. Like there's nothing organization of like a few hundred people that represent no one, but they're like they make for a nice enemy, right? Because they have doubts as how common they are.
Anybody who fights for men's issues, so anybody who says, okay, like maybe this is fucked up. Men are being accused of rape because, and have no legal recourse. But anybody who, does anything like that is called a men's rights activist. Like you said, it doesn't really exist. But back to the foreskin issue, I think that it's really fucked up that we're asking females what they find more aesthetic when we're determining the morality of, popping off.
No one said it had to be moral. We just said it looked better.
What they find more aesthetic. Well, you've only seen circumcised penises, so what else are you going to see?
No, we haven't.
Well, I have.
I've seen it.
They have the
He's
internet.
just talking about me.
An old saggy man, you know, with a backpack. Like,
Well, okay, yeah.
If you saw Maddie, and yeah.
But if you're gonna ask me, like, you know, how perverted do we think it is? If I said, you know, I think we should give baby girls, like, you know, injections that will make their breasts bigger because I find that more aesthetic.
Well, no, because we're not saying that men should have the dick cut off. We're saying that it is preferable, but I would still say that it's a choice for the men.
Oh, no, you are, but a lot of people use the
But it's not a choice for babies who have it cut off.
Right, which is why like a lot of people have a problem with it, because you know a lot of people have claimed that, you know, they'll say, oh, it's painless, or they don't hurt, they don't feel it, but a lot of the times they don't give them anything. You know, like they'll give them like a small, like maybe a little shot of lidocaine or something. But I mean, for the most part, from what I understand, a lot of them don't get any type of numbing. You know, and so they do feel it, and they cry the whole time. But
Well, I find it unethical because you're just basically cutting off a part of a baby's body for really no health reason.
Not all circumcisions are done on kids. A guy can get problems.
Well, in the United States, is extremely common.
There is a higher risk of infection in those who do get circumcised.
May I just interject?
No one said that you had to be circumcised for you to have an attractive.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, please. We have Keyboard Warrior and Jay in the chat. I'm sorry. I just wanted to introduce. I don't mean to be rude. But I'd like to introduce these people. We have Keyboard Warrior and Jay. Jay Gaudry, I believe.
Yeah, I think his microphone's muted though.
Yeah. Can you unmute, Mike? We can't hear you.
My mic's unmuted now, but I have birds, so you can maybe hear them chirping. I go by Jay Bird. You guys probably see me on some of the chat rooms and stuff.
Let's go.
You're a long-time viewer, aren't you, Jay?
I certainly am, Devin.
You followed me this morning.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I don't want to be like a fanboy, but I just want to tell you it's amazing to talk to you. And
another fucking Canadian.
Anthony too, hey?
I thought he was Irish.
Yes, sir. I am Anthony, a.k.a. Skulldugger.
Yeah, this guy here has been giving me tips on how to tweet.
Cool. I love it. So,
oh yeah.
Keyboard Warrior. He's dropped out again. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Carry on.
We've got a straight white male, Jay. Man, we are a dying breed, aren't we?
Well, do you know what's funny?
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry, bud. I just wanted to tell you that I'm nothing like the guy from Edmonton.
Oh, where are you from?
Calgary.
Oh, okay.
So like 200 miles or something away.
You have no tattoo sleeve on you?
Oh, I'm not a rig guy. Actually, I had some. It's like we're about 2 hours in now, but I was gonna tell you some stats about Canada that are pretty cool.
Hit me
But
with
it's
them.
way more fun to talk about circumcised dicks.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, we all realize that baby dick matters, so let's get back to that.
Christopher Hitchens is on the side of uncircumcised dicks, so you lose, Devin.
Wait, all of you uncircumcised people are trying to turn all new babies into freakish monsters like yourselves?
I mean, it's less turning them into it, and it's more like not
keeping them.
Yeah, because I mean, it does look really creepy, but I mean, that doesn't change the fact that it's still what it is. I mean, it's a penis.
Yeah,
I mean,
guys, this is a 16-year-old woman who is entering her sexual prime ages, and she's telling you flat out she doesn't want it.
No. Actually,
Devin.
A woman's sexual prime is when they're in their 30s.
That's true.
No, I'm not saying there's. I mean, there's obviously a preference for everybody, but I'm not saying it's disgusting. I mean, aesthetically it's disgusting, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I mean, to each their own. Some girls prefer it, some people don't. I mean, it's practically like self-lubricating. So that's something you have.
Let's take a look at it. Anthony, put yours out. Let's see it on webcam. He's off. He's away from the keyboard. Unzipping.
I didn't even think you could say that with 16-year-olds in the room.
That's true.
I've been on the internet for like 5 years. Does it really matter anymore?
Devin, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Can we see your dick?
My dick. It's created two babies. That's all I can tell you. I got two beautiful.
Could you imagine?
So, you know,
somebody just joined the hangout right now.
Just fills the gap. I don't know what to tell you.
Man,
and that's the thing. I mean,
do you realize that we have covered every sexual organ in this chat? Like we've done.
We have.
Yeah, you need to mute your mic, dude, in between because you got that bird thing.
We haven't talked about the in-betweens, like where they have like both. I don't even know what it's called. I forget, but
hermaphrodite.
That.
Yeah.
Baby boys.
We haven't covered that. I know nothing about it, but
yeah, we haven't talked about the ass either, so that we've avoided that.
Did anyone?
One subject I would like to talk about. I know we've talked about genitalia and sexual things. What do we all think about what happened earlier this week with the journalists? That was the journalist that got shot. That was a social biggie.
The two less white people. It's a good start.
oh my god.
He did say he was trying to do a race war in his manifesto, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you follow my tweets on that, Devin? About the guy the Black Lives Matter activist D. Ray. Did you see my tweets on him?
Yeah, I saw a little friction there.
Basically, like he first tweet, like he right off the bat within the first few minutes tweeted like we have to call this terrorism, and then once it was announced like an hour later that that the guy was black, he erased that tweet. I saw and some other activists as well erased their tweets. And then he proceeded to completely ignore the shooting, completely ignore it. This is a guy who like dedicates all his time to like talking about shootings and has like 220,000 followers or something. And the fact that this guy would delete his tweets about it. And okay, he deleted his tweet because the original tweet was inaccurate. He wasn't white, he was black. Okay, that's fine. But then he proceeded to ignore it. But the fact that he ignored it, to me, I mean, like, so he ignored this. He was addressing a situation and then proceeded to ignore the situation once the color of the shooter had changed.
Yeah.
And that guy lost all credibility there. It's like that was total tribalism there.
And in addition to that,
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
President Black person. No, you're completely right about him tweeting that out, but it's worse than what you said. It's much worse. He didn't ignore it. He tweeted out like things that talked about the race of the victim and other people who misidentified it, and then he defended himself. He didn't apologize. He didn't walk back. He actually defended himself and doubled down.
Yeah, I saw. Well, there's another guy who tweeted something like racial about the white shooter, and then once that came out, he erased that tweet, but he did apologize. He said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said these things," and blah blah. D. Ray just went like he just he just said this is a product still of white racism somehow, right?
And whiteness.
Yeah,
whiteness in action.
And the thing is, once that started, I went to Fox News on cable and I watched it for like most of the day, and they said at least 5 or 7 times that it wasn't an act of terrorism. They said straight out, no, this is not terrorism. This is not terror. Do you think do you think these guys were like saying Fox News is not calling this terrorism and got all crazy? But like they just ignored it, and yeah.
I love the fact that this guy wrote 23 pages as to why exactly he did this, and everybody's acting like we don't know why he did it. Like it's unbelievable not to talk about the race angle here. I mean, obviously this guy was. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I guess it's like so as a black person, like I've grown up around white people, right? Like I grew up in an upper middle class family. My best friends are white.
Racist.
Oh yeah, I tell Peyton black, right? Now it's absurd to me, right? Where we completely understand when whites speak out against racism. We think it's we laud it. We think it's like, admirable. But like it's absurd when blacks call out racism, like blacks against whites. Like I think that what we're seeing right now, I mean, it's absurd. Like, when we talk about the horseshoe theory, there's things that I see blacks say now on Twitter, like the thing that I tweeted to you and to Anthony, the guy saying 2 white people were killed and I think that this is great, which I would have fucking said things like that as a complete fucking joke for friends, right? Like, I would have said it with them knowing that, like, this is me being sarcastic, but like, these are things that people are taking seriously now. It's become a parody of itself, the Black rights movement. It's completely gone absurd and overboard. Legitimate racism reported by CNN, by MSNBC, and like nobody says anything. And when people say shit, they get what you get.
Yeah.
The video that you put out today was good.
Yeah, thank you.
That's right. The Black Lives Matter one, and the guy. They do need to sort of have more respect for their own race.
Yeah, he made some really good points. I thought I was delighted to see that guy speaking out, and that's the exact guy that needs to speak out too.
Who?
The young black man, because recently there was this grandmother, this black grandmother who spoke out very publicly.
Peggy,
Right.
yeah.
And so, but black grandmothers are not the precise issue. They're not the demographic that needs to hear it from within the demographic. So young black men who are tatted and who know the culture. I mean, that guy seemed to be embedded in some black community where gangs and I'm sure crime are prevalent, and he's saying this is what the situation is. But the thing is, I view these two situations, the Charleston case and this shooting, it's almost like a scientific experiment. This is a litmus test to see how the people in the mainstream media and the people on Twitter and everywhere are reacting to these two very comparable situations. Like, for example, the Young Turks will not even mention the race issue on this guy, and they won't call him a racist. They won't call him a terrorist. They won't call him a racist. They're not going to do a month-long series about black racism after this. They're not going to. Jacqueline Glenn's not going to come out with a video and be like, you know what, this is a massive problem. Black people kill white people 10 times more often than the other way around. You're not going to hear that.
Do you think like Cenk Uygur is going to mention Bryce Williams' name as much as he mentioned Dylan Roof?
Yeah. He barely wanted
to say
he
said, I don't want to mention this guy's name. I don't want to get him.
Yeah, he said he would. Yeah, that's true. He said he wouldn't even say the guy's name. That's true. That's true. Yeah, he said he wouldn't even. But he'll say Dylan Roof like 20 times a minute.
1,000 times.
And watch how many follow-up videos there are going to be on this. This is a one and done. You're never going to hear this guy again.
Yeah. I'm going to jump off.
Malika?
How dare you?
Malika? How dare you? Malika, I very much appreciate you coming on my hangout.
Awesome,
Thank you for having me.
See you later.
Which ain't gone yet. Give her a chance. Jesus. I appreciate it. It's like, yeah, fuck off, bye. No, I really appreciate you coming on. This is my little channel. I know we've got Devon on who's, But if you want to follow me on Twitter or, whatever.
I already have, and I've subscribed to your YouTube now.
I very much appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me as well.
Lovely talking with you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Everyone take care. Bye-bye.
Oh,
that's how you get rid of somebody on YouTube. Oh, it's just a bitch,
right? What is her Twitter handle?
Way too much estrogen in the room.
I don't know, but if anybody wants to tell me, whoever is it, I will put together something that will tell everybody that's in this hangout they can get their name out there if that's what they want.
She's a nice girl. She's very active online. She's always commenting on stuff.
And this is the weird thing, Devon. Right? This is the weird thing. It's not weird, actually. Mm-hmm. It's a very nice thing to experience. Is that as I've as I have come into contact with people who are fans of yours, and they're not fans of me, they're fans of yours. Every single person that I've ever come in contact with is absolutely normal, except Boris. I'm just joking.
Cross-dressing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm serious. I'm serious.
I'm delighted. I'm surprised.
Yeah, you're attracting a very high level of intelligence. I would like to say.
I mean, look at the drunken peasants, 13-year-olds, and look at my 13-year-olds.
Wasn't Paul Head like a fan of drunken peasants?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. That just proves your point.
I mean, he did like the same sign off as TJ did, but he added the faggots or whatever.
Oh god.
I mean, take Mr. Epsilon for example. I mean, he's a fucking idiot.
Who?
What is he?
Is he like a? Is he like a? Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Do you watch his videos? What does he do?
He does a lot of cosplay videos now, which are really, really gross. He's still doing the whole Anita Sarkeesian thing, where he just attacks her only. He's doing decent content sometimes, but he's wrong about so many things. It just really makes me mad.
But wait a minute, a gay guy going after a feminist, don't they have a little more clout? That's a little harder to attack him for the patriarchy, isn't it?
I wish he was gay, so I would have a little bit more respect for him.
He's gay.
Because
Mr. Rebzion is not
when you're
gay.
openly gay, you show that you're a little bit more brave than if you were closeted gay.
Unless you're Ricky Martin.
I thought he was gay.
Hang on.
No,
hang on. Whoa. Is Mr. Epsilon gay?
No.
What?
No. Bullshit.
He's had to clarify that many times, but I.
What?
Yeah.
That's a.
And he's 22 or something.
Surprising. That is kind of surprising. He does look very gay. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, but he does look.
and appear very gay. He's very effeminate.
He acts like he's
Who are we talking about?
16 or something.
Mr. Repzion.
And he looks like
Repzion? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yet another
Have you ever
atheist
seen that?
YouTuber who doesn't talk about
Just
atheism.
just search gay atheist
He
YouTuber,
does.
I guess.
He does?
Keyboard warrior.
I mean, you gotta give him credit. He does upload like once or twice a day, but then again, so do you.
Okay,
So my
keyboard warrior,
was
are
my
you there?
first exposure of atheism.
Yeah,
Boris.
he was one of
My
the first ones.
Boris, shut your Chinese ass up. Keyboard
I like-
warrior.
Hello?
I like how he
Keyboard
said
warrior. Keyboard warrior. Devon, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Keyboard
man.
warrior, are you there? I'm sorry. Keyboard warrior.
This is a
he's
fail.
gone. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh, he's
failing.
left so many times.
I'm sorry.
Oh. It's
Go
always
Boris.
when Devin speaks, he leaves.
Boris, I love how you said my first exposure to atheism like it's Agent Orange or something, like some chemical disease that you're
Well, when you're
exposed
raised in pure Christianity or pure whatever religion, you're not used to seeing that. So I guess
Yeah.
he's kind of made a point.
to. It might be like a shock to the system the first time.
It is.
I mean, I remember whenever I was in 4th grade, because I was at Catholic school. I was going to a school called Christ the King, I think, in 4th grade. And my dad had just converted to Buddhism from Christianity. He wasn't very, he wasn't very active in Christianity or anything, but he started talking to me about, and I had doubts about certain things, but whenever I actually heard an adult saying these things, I was like, okay, yeah, that gave me some validity there. But yeah, I mean, it was mind blowing at that moment. I remember it very clearly.
You're describing how I felt when I first saw Hitchens. When I got on YouTube and I started like messing around, I eventually got to Hitchens, and to hear this guy with that accent, with that eloquence, with his vocabulary in public saying this shit to religious people's faces, it was a majestic sight to behold. It was glorious. And I was like, oh shit, I'm on this guy's team.
I completely agree. I completely agree with that. That was like Hitchens, Dawkins, all those videos on YouTube. That's like my deconversion.
Well, I mean, Dawkins is easy to laugh at because he's got a high-pitched voice, but with Hitchens, it's really easy to just respect him automatically.
And Dawkins is far more civil. I mean, Dawkins is a professor. He's like he's a scientist. He's a nerd. Hitchens is not a scientist. He's not a nerd. Hitchens is, can you imagine Hitchens and Dawkins hanging out socially? Like, what is that night like?
Right.
Dawkins goes to bed at 10 p.m. Hitchens is like, drinking Jack and Coke. He's out and about. Well, he doesn't mix it. I'm sure he's drinking straight Jack.
But have you seen Dawkins with Deepak?
Tupac?
Deepak.
Chopra.
Chopra.
Yeah.
Oh God, did he talk to him?
Yeah. You should watch the videos.
I saw Sam Harris versus Deepak.
Oh no, it's hilarious. Deepak, he rolls out his, his woo-woo or whatever, and Dawkins is just so fucking like, he can really see it, but he is more civil than Harris. But yeah, I mean, I do wish that I'm not Harris. Then
Hello.
He's thinking. You know what I love?
Oh no, my audio went out. Am I in?
Oh, okay.
His underwear went out. That's cool.
You know who else I love?
Out.
I'm gonna give a shout out to myself. I was looking at Gad Sad the other day. Gad Sad put out a tweet, and it was awesome because he attaches in his tweet Sargon of Akkad, Sam Harris, and me. I'm like, Jesus Christ! I'm like, there's a little disparity between the popularity of these people. And
I get that, dude.
Yo, I get you. Get him on.
Hang on. Whoa. Yeah. I'm getting that. Somebody will post something awesome, and they'll tag you and me, Devon.
Oh, really?
Like, what the fuck have I got to do with shit?
That's awesome. Well,
like me and you are the same person.
You're in the high command. You're the den mother of my channel.
You're getting fans now.
I am making the cookies. I don't know what to tell people.
Yeah, you're the housewife that chops up the oranges for the soccer kids at halftime.
That's what I'm trying to dude, it's like herding fucking cats. It is herding cats. That's all it is.
From all around the world.
But I did just want to say this. I know I am living in Texas, so I'm 7 hours behind Devon. If anybody wants to do a hangout thing that does live in Europe, then all you got to do is ask Devon. He'll either say yes or no. He's just a person like everybody else.
Right.
So if anybody wants to host a hangout, I'm
Yeah,
sure
no-
Devin would either say yes or no. Would that be right, sir?
Hey,
Is that
Anthony,
right?
do
Yes,
you
sir.
do you mind if I plug my new channel here?
Go
Is that
for it,
okay?
dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, first off, like I see a lot of people here, like Boris, Christiana, Maddie. Like you guys, I know you guys follow me a lot, and I interact with you guys a lot. And I think I've never spoken to you guys. So
Definitely.
you know, I love you guys. You know, you guys
I love you too.
like a lot of
Can I
support. So
say
thank
that
you guys first of all.
when I saw Paulo's face in the last stream, it's crazy because like I've seen this video about Sam Harris, right? And sometimes you just see a video randomly, and you don't know like why. You guys, am I still?
I can hear you.
Yep.
No, who this person is or whatever. You just see like a random video, and you're like, yeah, I get that person. I've been following him on Twitter for like a long time. Then he came on, and like the first time I connected the face with the Twitter account, and like that was pretty cool. Like I like things like this where you like put a voice to the account, you know, whatever you've been like interacting with, because like you have like a voice, like Devin said last time, and like sometimes.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh well, okay. So like yeah, I did a few videos. Like the first one I ever did was a Sam Harris one, and it was like the subject that threw me off the edge that I have to start YouTubing, right? So I did some YouTube videos, but I don't know, it didn't really work out. And then I went to Twitter, and I met like a bunch of people like Devin and all you guys who you guys are just great. So I made a new YouTube channel that I'm starting next week. It's called Great Minds on God. And what I want to do is just have like 1 hour conversations with, anybody I can, like you guys from Twitter, people from YouTube, any way I can get on it. So the first person I'm gonna have is Aki Mutali, who I don't know. You guys probably know Aki,
awesome.
right? She's wonderful. Awesome. I really think she should talk at some point with Devin because I feel like they're similar. You guys are like no holds bar against religion. So any of you guys who want to be on with me, just let me know, and I'm gonna start doing like a weekly conversation. It's gonna be like I'm gonna try to keep it more towards atheism and religion, but we can still talk about other stuff.
You should.
I would just like to just interject.
And I'm not inviting Devin. I'm not gonna invite Devin because he just has to be on. I'm not I'm not even gonna ask you. I'm just gonna tell you when you're gonna be on.
Okay. Well, you should get the keyboard warrior on. He'll just stand there in silence for 10 minutes and then release it.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? I'm sorry. Lalo, am I pronouncing
Lalo? Yeah.
Lalo is from Chile, and he's just a regular guy, but he constructs really well put together tweets that get a lot of hits.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He put
I think we
out
all
good
kind of know
content.
that.
Tweet master.
Absolutely, right. He's a tweet master, whereas Devin just goes, "Meh," and he still gets.
He doesn't. Devin hardly tweets out his own videos. I have to do it for him because they're broken, Like you, I go to your Twitter. You haven't even tweeted out your own video yet. I'll do it for you. And I go to your video. I capture an image because you don't have like images like when you tweet them out, so like to make it more attractive. I have to do it all.
Images?
He's
What
fucking
about?
clueless. He's technologically clueless, but he knows how to put it together. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, Twitter was a throwaway for me. Twitter was just a way for me to talk to Reza Aslan.
It's really hard. Anthony had to talk me through most of Twitter. I mean, the reason I got it is to follow you, Devin, because I saw that, because I'm such a big fan. And the first time that you tweeted me back, I like freaked out. I was so excited.
Really?
Oh yeah, and especially whenever you said, what was it? I think you said you complete me to me, and I kept on teasing.
She got a female boner from that.
Oh, I did. No, I was freaking out, but I kept on messing with my fiance. I kept on showing him a screenshot of it, and I was like, "Yeah, Devin loves me because we're such big fans." So I just kept messing with him about it.
Now that child's going to be a single child forever. Parent family.
I think America has like a 60% divorce rate.
Oh yeah. It's,
now, by the whoa.
But,
wait a minute. Whoa, Billy, the husband. Can we just give Billy a shout out, please? Oh, your boyfriend, whatever.
Yeah. What?
Billy.
I told him to try to join on here. He's in the other room playing a game.
I think he follows me on Twitter, and I never followed him back.
Oh, probably. He doesn't. He deleted the app from his phone, so he hasn't been on there in a few weeks. So.
Does his last name start with a B?
No, his name is Billy Joe Ford.
Okay.
Billy Joe.
Yeah.
Does his second name begin with a B?
Yeah, why?
There's another guy who tweets at me a lot. I thought it might have been him.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's Billy Ford, and then his twin brother is Jaron Ford. He also follows you.
So you were surprised that I responded to you, or just sort of delighted to see that I was real, or?
I guess just I just didn't. I hadn't been on Twitter before. I didn't know like how exactly the notifications, like if you would actually read it, or you know what I mean. So yeah, I mean I've never used the term fangirl, but I think that's what would describe.
I think that's one
me
thing
at that
about
moment.
Devin, though.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
I think that's one thing that Devin does do. He interacts with his audience.
Yeah, which I really like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The funny thing is, people they try to talk to me in the comments. The comments might be the worst place to try to address me. Like, if you want to talk to me, just tweet me or email me.
Right.
Because there's so many comments, I cannot keep up with these people.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask a silly Twitter question?
Yeah, hit me.
Okay. Skullduggery is always telling me I have to put @ before I send something to you or Drew or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
But then, I sent that picture of the little monkey and the pigeon.
Oh yeah.
And you got that one okay? So I'm just trying to think,
how did I get it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why.
Well, you must have figured it out at some point.
Well, maybe you follow him.
It just
No. I can explain that one. If I'm happening to be looking at my feed at the time because I follow you, Jay, then I will see my feed and then I can just hit retweet. But
That's
if
probably what it was.
you might have retweeted it. But the thing is,
if you don't aim it at anybody, it's not you. If you aim it at somebody like Autopsy 87 or Christiana or Devin or whoever, right? They will get a notification. Now, if it's a case of Devin, he will get shit knows how many notifications in,
Right.
Sure, but if you're on there,
like a 24-hour period, if he releases a video, it's going to get a ton of YouTube comments. So he's going to get all those YouTube comments notified via Google, plus his Twitter notifications notified via Twitter. Some shit will get lost. You will get really interesting comments and really interesting shit that you will just skip past because it's too much at one time.
Yeah, not to mention, I don't even follow my first 3 channels, and I'm getting tons of comments on those, but I feel bad though because I'll go back and people are asking me personal questions and they want they want help or something, and or they'll give me a compliment and I'm not responding to them like some dick, like I'm trying to big time them or something.
But like you found Toby, what's the face? Toby
Toby Kid Daily?
Toby Kid Daily. I get it.
Major, I think.
I get it. There's some people who like you, don't like her. Who knows? And you've got the all-knowing atheists, the young guys.
Oh yeah.
Right, who fucking, Devin's the best thing ever, and then you've got other people who Devin isn't pushing.
They haven't put very much out lately, eh?
I don't know. Nick from the All-Knowing Atheist just sent me a screenshot of his analytics. And he gets 15% women. I think he was trying to shove it in my face that he's more popular with the girls.
I like that kid. He's a good kid, yeah.
I know, he's awesome. Huh?
Initially, when I followed Devin on Twitter, I thought he was super famous and got 40 notifications a second.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
So when he favorited 2 of my tweets, I was fangirling.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, he actually noticed me. And now, whatever, I don't really care.
Oh man, she's so over it.
You never did follow me though.
You get online jealousy.
All right, I'll follow you, Kat. What's your Twitter?
I'll just type it. I'm gonna give myself an advertisement.
Maddie, what is your Twitter handle? I'm trying to find you. I can't find you.
My Twitter handle is the Q Pomeranian. Who the Pomeranian?
And this is
right. Yeah,
right.
I just can't find you.
This is making my point. So this is making my point. Everybody, it's like if you don't get that validation, like I posted that tweet out today that Devin subscribed to my YouTube channel.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
So I screenshotted it, and I was just like, I don't give a fuck. It's like he subscribes to me for a reason. He subscribes to the Young Turks, and he subscribes to Steve Shives, and he subscribes
just hate
to...
watching you.
I wouldn't have thought he's hate watching.
In conclusion, everybody here is fangirl to Devin at least once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That is what an awesome phenomenon. That's never happened to me, but I appreciate you. This is like a truth and reconciliation from all my fangirls. I like it.
That's the idea of this hangout, Devin.
And Maddie, by the way, Maddie, will you be my black friend?
Yeah. No, I tweeted you this before. I said, do you need like black legitimate? Like, you want some black blood? You can become black. You just need one drop. I can give you one.
Okay, well,
We can just be black brothers.
But you come from Africa, isn't that like an AIDS-ridden continent?
Oh wait.
That's true. I have not been tested.
Yeah, just get a test and we'll do it. We'll make it happen.
But you asked about my Twitter handle. I don't know if you've heard of what do you think it's called? Something kin, other kin. So it's a Mac kin, like Big Mac as in McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, I just found you. I realized I'm already following you.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I thought that I wasn't. I couldn't find you, but there you are.
Are you black, Maddie?
I'm full black. Like.
Yeah.
Really? But there's I don't know. Does this happen to anyone else? Like, unless there's a picture of a black man, I assume everyone is white. If I don't see their picture. Does that happen to you guys?
Maddie, your voice kind of sounds white.
Because I've grown up with all white people. My parents.
Appropriating white culture.
Actually, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. I think that it's just it always irked me when it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter what the color of your. I said this last time, but it shouldn't matter what the color of your skin is. It's the personality of the person, you know.
Right.
But all it,
the content of your character.
But the regressives always like, oh no, what's your skin color? That's what matters. Like, diversity to them is skin deep. It's not what the people's personality is.
Well, they want to celebrate diversity, but then they also don't want anyone to acknowledge it. Like, they want to, say, oh, I don't see color.
But true diversity, to me, would be, let's say there's 5 people and they're all black, for example, but they all think differently. They all have their very, very different personalities and very, very different ideas about the world. And then 5 different people, and then another group of 5 different people, all of different racial backgrounds, but they're all very similar. They all grew up in the same area. They all have the same opinions, the same jobs. The 5 black guys are far more diverse than the multi-racial, multi-gendered group.
Yeah, it's superficial diversity. I mean, I've been called a cracker. Tweeting stuff I tweeted at Devin about the race rate and how hypocritical the Black Lives Matter movement is.
Mm-hmm.
With progressives, it's not just about color. It's not just about superficial diversity, but it's about superficial diversity, and then also you having the opinion that they want you to have, right? So, for example, they'll jump on anybody who criticizes a woman who says anything about her that's remotely sexist, unless that woman's conservative, and I'm not conservative, right? But I can call Ann Coulter a cunt. I can call anything, right? Nobody's gonna say anything.
Right. Actually, sorry, this is kind of not related, but Ann Coulter has ridiculous points of view, but I love her. I just love her personality. She's fucking retarded, but she cracks me up all the time. When
just
she's
like
on,
a character,
Yeah, exactly.
She's entertaining. She has balls.
Yeah, she's entertaining for sure.
Yeah, she's entertaining, but I mean, when she talks about certain things, it just gets to the point where shut the fuck up. You're talking absolute nonsense.
Yeah,
but isn't Abby Martin more dangerous in that sense? Because Ann Coulter, who takes Ann Coulter seriously? Just a few old conservative people.
No, I knew who Ann Coulter was. We talked about this earlier. I had no idea who that bitch was. No idea whatsoever.
But
she's making herself famous.
The problem with
Layla, she's making herself famous through. She's making herself famous through other channels. She's just coattailing. She's just dragging on the coats.
No,
of other
I mean but that's beside the point. My point is more not just her, but people like Reza Aslan, right? Abby Martin, who's becoming more famous and all these things. I think they're more dangerous than conservatives like Bill O'Reilly or Ann Coulter, because I mean, how many people do you really know on other except a few really conservative people, but like I know tons of like really liberal, open-minded people who like look for intelligent human beings, and they love Reza. They love, like, a lot of people like Abby Martin. Like, they listen to these people as if they're like liberal, intelligent people.
Right.
That makes it more dangerous.
It's because they, you know, they act like they're on the right side, you know, because of course you don't want to, you know, you don't want to be called a racist or a bigot or whatever. You want to be against that. But whenever you get to the point to where you're actually becoming a bigot towards people, then, I mean, yeah, it's definitely more dangerous because you on it, I mean,
well,
people
I think
think
they're
you're
also,
on the right side.
They're also more dangerous. Well, actually, I've been watching a bunch of Abby Martin videos recently, and especially I really like Joe Rogan, so I watch a lot of Joe Rogan videos.
Why are you torturing yourself?
I've really noticed that when Joe Rogan talks to Abby Martin, it's very different than when he talks to, say, Sam Harris or Gad Saad or Ali Rizvi or anybody else. He sucks up to her. He totally sucks up to her.
Really?
Yeah, no. He
It didn't seem like it to me.
he talks like she's a child. He's it's not an organic conversation. Like he has a natural flowing conversation with, say, Sam Harris. Like they laugh and they you know, like they go back and forth, and he's upbeat. But more when he's with Abby Martin, it's more so like talking to, trying to.
It's like correcting her. It's, well, yeah, because she's saying
but she talks so much nonsense, though.
Yeah.
And even Joe Rogan, who's not Joe Rogan is like he's a pretty smart guy, but he's not like, you know, the smartest guy in the room most of the time. And when he's talking with Sam Harris and stuff like that, but even Joe Rogan can see that this woman is like a lot of the time. Like he said, like, well, you know, before when she was talking about ISIS, Joe Rogan said, yeah, but you know, Saddam was also a horrible, terrible dictator, and she's like, and she said, and yeah, and what's your point? The Americans are worse. Saddam, I don't know, I don't know, but
this is not going to get into a political thing, because this is not what this is about. I just want to bring this back on point. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't want to.
It's about the ladies.
Degenerate into all that shit, because this is not what this is about. This is about women doting on Devon.
Are Kat and I the only girls here now?
No, we've got.
Did we scare away all the women?
Except if I put back my wig on.
I thought this was supposed to be female gear. And, like,
yeah.
Hello.
There's a
Hello.
Jamie. Is that Jamie?
That could be a guy.
Hi.
No.
I saw that there was a Saoirse in here. Is she gone? There she is. Well, she's here. She's not talking.
I'm gender fluid, so...
It's my middle name.
If anybody's listening to this hangout and they are a female fan of Devon, they are welcome to come inside. Come inside? Come inside? No, not come inside. But
Graphic.
Devon, are you feeling
But
asleep?
yes, come inside.
Yeah.
Devon's tired. Can I just point one thing out? Devon is in Berlin. And in Berlin right now, it is what time, sir? About
It's 4 a.m. like in France.
4 a.m.
I fucking love Berlin.
I'm doing it for the subscribers, for my fangirls.
Yes.
You know what's interesting about that Abby Martin Joe Rogan experience that they just did? That video has 109,000 views, 1,515 likes, 1,480 dislikes. Like that is, we are almost over the edge with that. I tried to send my subscribers over there, but good lord, I mean, they got. I should look at those numbers.
I was gonna watch the whole thing. I just didn't get a chance to.
Dude, I spent, after you posted your video, Devon, I spent 2 days non-stop posting 30-second clips of her on Twitter of just stupid things she was saying.
Beautiful.
And you know, I literally, I think I put up 8 different videos from the Joe Rogan thing, and I didn't get past 15 minutes.
Yeah,
I only saw 15
it's astonishing.
minutes. I still have like 2 hours and 45 minutes to cut out more Abby Martin nonsense. She's
I like how now
she's a dumbass.
You guys know that this is not the first time she's done this. Like when you first posted the video, Devin, I thought that you were referring to one of her older attacks on Sam Harris, which she responded to previously. Like I didn't realize that it was like she came on yesterday.
Yeah, brand new.
I couldn't watch. Like I don't want to throw up, and I mean,
I like how she used to work for the Russian television, and now she's going to Venezuela. Like, you couldn't pick 2 other countries that were going to raise an eyebrow and be, like, suspicious of her motives. I'm like, wait, who are you in allegiance with here? I'm not sure.
Wait, but doesn't she work for RT?
She used to. Now she's working for a new place down in Venezuela.
Okay,
Wait, what is RT? What does that stand for?
RT is Russia Today. It's a news channel run by the Russian government.
Okay, I just need to interrupt. I'm sorry, I hate to be rude. Is there anybody who can get out of the chat because we've got a couple of people.
I can leave soon. I can get out. I have to go.
Well, not you. Well, just.
Yeah, not you. Someone else.
I'm just hearing a lot of no's.
Well, me again.
No, listen. Let me say goodbye here for a second.
Okay.
I just want to tell everybody goodbye and stuff. It's kind of hard to jump in when there's this many of us. But what's really cool is that we all follow each other on Twitter. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
like
wait.
to know who you guys are now.
Am I following you, Jay?
I'm following you now, Jay.
Are you following me?
I don't know if you guys are following me. I'm following you guys.
Why don't you put your Twitter on the chat before you go?
You did.
I
It's up
can't.
there.
I can't
Oh, is
see
it there?
I don't understand this thing.
What don't you understand?
Put it on.
How to see the chat? I've tried to look at the chat. Will
Isn't
someone
it
just
on
send
the
me
left
his
side?
Twitter handle?
It's on the right side.
I mean,
I want to say goodbye.
On the left side for me.
All right.
Bye, Jay.
Bye.
Bye, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
I mean, there's icons to open different things on the left side.
Thank you for the
Whoa.
technical assistance. Devin,
I think. Yeah. What's up?
Oh.
how are you feeling, pal? As far as your sustainability?
I can go on over a bit. I'm good to go. You know,
I'm just making sure, pal.
I think that Jay. I think all Canadians are too nice for Google Hangouts. They don't want to jump on.
Get out of it. Two of my fucking major flying monkey wingmen are Canadian. Well, in fact, one's American, one's a Canadian, so don't be knocking them, dude.
I was born in Canada, but that doesn't count.
I'm in Edmonton.
Edmonton.
Somebody in this hangout is talking exactly like the people in Fargo.
All right, so we got we have Jamie. Hello, Jamie.
Hello. Yeah, I haven't heard from Jamie.
Well, too.
Jamie, where are you from?
Speak your mind.
I am from California.
What?
All right.
Hello, Jamie's a fan of me almost. Is that right?
I am. That's a first.
That's weird. That's fucking weird. Right?
I mean, I'm a fan of Anthony, but
can we just give? Well, everybody, shush. Give Jamie a platform. Thank you very much. Jamie, go.
Oh, I'm not raised religious. Just how do I say this? I started working with somebody who's very religious, so it kind of kick-started me into looking for debunking Christianity and stuff. So I was looking through YouTube comments and found Cult of Dusty, and then I saw Devin's video on Cult of Dusty, and I got right over there, and from there it's just I've been in love with your channel. Thank you.
So there you go. So basically, I'll translate that somewhat. Jamie follows you, Devin, but Jamie also then followed me. But she likes me more than you.
Wow.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
But Anthony, has she heard about your uncircumcised penis?
Well, she listens to it back.
Yeah. We'll edit that whole section out.
Yeah, we can do that in post-production.
Little California love. What part of California are we talking?
Northern California.
Okay, let me translate that. Hold on. Usually when people say that, that means San Jose.
Nope.
I would say San Cremano.
Asian.
Modesto.
Oh.
Are you from Modesto?
You are probably familiar with the Walnut Creek area.
Yeah.
So I'm right around there.
Okay. Cool. Very nice. Very few Californians follow me or speak out to me, so nice to hear from you.
It's ironic.
It's like not cool to be like.
Yeah, local. I'm not special to the Californians. I'm just another guy. I'm an exotic fruit to the people in France, apparently.
So, Devin, have you spent time in Denmark?
Yeah, a little bit. I spent a few weeks in Copenhagen riding my bike around.
Oh my god. I lived in Copenhagen and I spent a semester there. It's like my fucking favorite city.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You might not want to... Don't.
Malmo.
Yeah, well, the Malmo situation, if you want to get raped, head over there for sure, but that's like a...
It's very hard to immigrate to somewhere. It's ridiculous. I tried.
Yeah. You know, I was going to go to the Eurovision when I was in Copenhagen recently. Because as you guys know, I'm a hip-hop fan, also a Eurovision fan. It's one of the few in the world. But yeah, it's one of the best cities out there. It's a shame that the Muslims are sort of tainting it.
Yeah,
that's great. So,
Racist.
Straight up racist.
Racist. Well, people, no, that's honestly something people don't understand. I'm curious about, like, every day people don't understand. They talk about Islam as if it were a race, and they don't
Right.
understand that in China there are the Uyghurs, and they're Chinese. And you say, like, oh, there's a problem with Muslims in China. They think, oh, like people from the Middle East that are in China. No, they're Chinese people that follow Islam.
Right.
But you know, the most interesting thing is that Muslims don't fight that association. They like the association because it gives them a shield against criticism. I've never seen like Muslims on Twitter saying, "Oh, we're not a race. We're not." No, they always fight like they won't say that. They love the association that's made there.
If anything,
ignorance gives them a good shield.
Yeah,
it's a great shield.
A dislike.
I think atheists should use this. We should start calling ourselves a race. We'll never get criticized. The atheist race.
If anything, a dislike of
White
Islam
supremacist.
it's the most non-racist thing possible. You're saying I dislike you for your ideas. I don't care what you look like, and that's like.
Well. Yeah.
Well, that's C.J. Williman did racialize atheists as being all white supremacists. So we're kind of screwed there.
What?
You guys, everybody, stay calm. I just want to announce we have a Jew among us.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Yeah, I gotta.
This is not good.
I can't handle that.
Oh,
Isaac came on.
Isaac, defend yourself. Defend your Jewiness.
A communist also show.
I'm just saying.
I will introduce Isaac.
His microphone doesn't work. He's so shifty with that microphone.
Okay, so Isaac, who is the bespectacled black and white looking dude that's just come in, he likes to make videos that expose the worst of humanity versus humanity, basically. If you want to follow him on YouTube, you can. I can't because it's too fucking shit.
Yeah, Isaac, let me ask you a question. I got a question for Isaac. You've been recently making a lot of anti-ISIS videos. What's your latest sort of, not obsession, but focus on that topic in particular?
Doesn't work.
Hold on, he's pulling a keyboard warrior on us.
It's just opportunity, I guess.
Do you feel the need to like keep it in fresh in people's minds, like what ISIS is and what they're doing?
You can hear me, right? I'm not.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, all right. It's they're constantly quoting the Quran is what like the Hadith and Quran, and it justifies every action. So it is the perfect model for our argument, I think, because in literally every scene they'll do some kind of execution where they're killing a gay, and as the dude's falling, they'll say some Arabic shit and be like, and the Hadith said when Imam Nayumai said to the Prophet, which one of us is the best? And it says, the ones that are the best are the ones that don't turn their backs even when they're being killed, and the people that do that are going to be laughing with the Prophet or with God when they're in paradise. So it gives this perfect concrete example.
Are we going to see some? Are we going to see some Palestinian curb stomping from you, or are you not going to address that?
I get like I already get Jew hate comments. Like I don't think it's.
Well, but you're a Jew. But you're a Jew who's alive, so you're already going to get hate regardless of what you say or do. Might as well just speak your mind.
Very true.
You know, actually, like on my channel, that Sam Harris video, the first one I ever made, I went through the comments. I don't check it very often because it's a really old video, and I'm mostly on Twitter. But like 3 weeks ago, and there's tons of people who were calling me a Jew or an Israeli Jew as well. Like on it, I was like, what the hell? It's like, and even if I was, it's like, is this a slur? Did all my arguments suddenly become invalid because?
I think this should be a requirement. If you want to start a YouTube channel, your first video has to be about Israel's situation, and just welcome to the world of criticism and being called names. It's just you're never going to get through that.
Just an update on that. You know how every person and their mother is posting, a year after Gaza and this isn't any better or whatever. Well, they just released this wonderful new video. It's HD, so you know, good cameraman, of course. And it's showing their new tunnel networks and their new arms and their new training. And so, literally, all the aid Israel has done is literally just been directly funneled from Hamas straight into more tunnels, into more arms, no food, no reconstruction of all these houses. I mean, it is bad over there. People are taking rubble and trading it and breaking it into concrete to make houses again. And Hamas, of course, directly steals everything and puts it back into fucking war. I mean, it's simple math. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
You got to tunnel up. You can't tunnel down. Always remember that.
Can I tell you a little bit about...
As a black person, can I say how racist? Can I just say how racist it is of you to criticize anybody who is darker than anybody who's from Turkey? Like, this is really offensive. I'm just gonna. I can't take this.
Yeah, Maddie's upset. You've upset him.
I went to a good school. Like, this is just really offensive. I can't.
If you want to be offended, look at the video pinned on my Twitter page. You'll get really offended.
Yeah. Well, you know, like, like, I'm Palestinian of like the Palestinian community in Chile, right? So, like a lot of my like family members or people or other Palestinians I meet in Chile often bring up like the Israel-Palestine situation. And I often tell them like the thing is when Chilean like foreign Palestinians talk about Palestine and Israel, I've noticed they talk about Palestinians as if they were talking about themselves, and I tell them that's wrong. Like you can't, you're born in a country where you're accepting of pluralism. You're not a fundamentalist Muslim. You have all these ideas that are not the ideas that are shared by Palestinians there. The only thing you have in common with them is some kind of heritage in the background. But if you went there, you would be, you wouldn't agree with anything they believe at all.
You're saying that Gays for Palestine should disband as a group?
Right. The gays for Palestine, they get executed still over there in West Bank. They're still getting executions for gays. I mean, even the more.
In grade 12, this is a point, just the same point. Like there was I forget which social teacher it was, but they were saying that they were asking he was asking the class who's what, you know, like, are you Italian or whatever, and some people are like, well, I was born in Canada, I'm Canadian, and that's what I considered. I said I'm Canadian, I was born in Canada. But he's like, no, well, the only people that can say they're truly Canadian are the natives, are the Aboriginal Canadians.
That's a stupid argument. I hate that argument. People pull that same shit with the United States. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
That's you know, they think they're being progressive. I've heard people say that, like, they think they're being liberal when they say like Native Americans are like real Americans, and it's like, what? No. That's not a progressive thing to say. That's not a liberal thing to say.
You know what I like?
And
that's just a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, it's a stupid thing to say.
I'm Native American. I'm in an eighth. And a lot of people like even in my family, the few liberals that are there will say stuff like that, you know, like the true Americans or whatever, like, I don't know. But we have a lot of Native pride in my family.
But you know, when the people say that, they are always directing themselves towards a white person. Like,
oh, yeah.
They'll say that to a white person, that the real Americans are the Native Americans. But will they say to a black person the real Americans are Native Americans?
Hello. We need more Devon in this podcast.
Where is he?
Yes. He's there.
I'm right here. I'm listening and enjoying.
I know. Well, people may hate you.
Well, okay, I'll throw something in about Native Americans. I love how the conversation stops there, where they say Native Americans are the first people. They own America. And I like to ask, which Native American tribe are you talking about? Because they don't all agree. So the Apache and the Aztec do not get along, right? The Huron and the Sioux, they are literally killing each other.
Yeah.
Cree. You forgot to mention the Cree. You're racist.
Yeah, exactly.
4 white people got you?
For what?
Are you suggesting brown people fought other brown people before the white man got here?
It's unbelievable, the like idyllic, this vision that they have of what Native American life was like. Like, it's just apparently harmony. It was just growing corn, and everybody
it was socialist communism.
Yeah. It was a freaking bloodbath when we arrived. I mean, it's not like these people were like super hunky-dory with each other.
They had.
Well, I mean, the white people ruined everything. It was all great before they got here.
But that's what I would love.
Same when they talk about Africans.
If you're going to criticize white people or the Western world or colonialism, I want to hear you spend 10 minutes ripping into Native Americans, and then I want 10 minutes ripping into Africans, the corruption in African governments, the Zulu Empire, name it. You name it. And then 10 minutes on the Aboriginals. Then I will listen to you criticize white people.
Well, you know the brutality in Asia.
Yeah.
We are perfect.
Did you hear Abby Martin talk about Hiroshima like it was the worst war crime in the history of time? The Japanese.
I hear that all the time.
Yeah. So we kill a couple. We kill 100,000 of them in an afternoon. Okay, granted, not the best thing. They killed 10 million people in that war, and she gives them a pass because they're yellow.
The idea that the worst war crime committed was Hiroshima and Nagasaki is the complete reading of a person who knows nothing about World War II. A person who is completely indifferent to how Japan. Like, people talk about, the Nazis, and like the Nazis are evil. Of course they're evil, but how many people at the same time do a parallel to how evil Imperial Japan was? Like, nobody.
Nobody talks about Japan in the World War II.
Japan was horrible. They colonized. Ask a Korean person how they feel about the Japanese. Ask a Taiwanese person how they feel about the Japanese.
Ask Boris's mom.
Exactly.
She's not Chinese, but my grandfather was killed by Japan. No, my great grandfather was killed by a Japanese bomb. So
let's ask him.
But the Japanese are Asian, so they're a minority, so you can't punch down.
Yeah.
There are more Asians on this planet than there are
no punching down. Sorry.
But wait a minute.
Listen
to Devin.
Well, no, it is very interesting, though, because the Axis powers was not just Germany. And Germany is held up as the quintessential epitome of evil. So we hold them up. We say, white person who killed Jews, they're the evilest. Forget Japan, forget Italy, forget every other Axis power. Forget Turkey.
Not to mention that actually Japan started World War II.
Forget the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. He's not mentioned as the epitome of evil, but he was a Nazi.
Well, nobody talks about the Muslims in World War II. They just kind of pretend that they didn't have any.
Did you guys see that? But did you guys see that the protest against white people wearing a kimono in a museum? Did you see that? What I commented on was the signs that all these like kind of brown people who weren't Japanese, like they were probably Indian, I don't know what the hell they were, but they were holding up signs that says like white colonialism. And I tweeted out, look at are they really saying white colonialists in defense of Japanese people? Like, do you have any idea how colonial Japan was for the last?
Yeah, and also, where does the kimono come from? Where does it originate? It's not from Japan.
Iraq.
China.
No, China.
Not Iraq.
Yeah.
I had an argument on Twitter, I think like a year ago, where this girl was saying Victoria's Secret models that were wearing a headdress, like a Native American headdress, were doing cultural appropriation. And so I was like, I was ranting on about her, and I was arguing with her for a good 3 days. And she went on to tell me how wearing tribal print, like on white girls wearing tribal print leggings or something, is cultural appropriation. Like, they take
There's no such thing.
Where it's like, you can't wear anything because it didn't come from America.
The whole idea of cultural appropriation is based on two ideas that are completely false. One is that you're born into owning a culture. If you're born black, then you already own black culture. And the second thing that makes it completely false is the idea that culture is like a monolith. It doesn't mix at all. It's in this kind of isolated area. And that's not true. It mixes with everything. It comes from everywhere.
It's only white people who can appropriate. I mean,
of course.
I never hear
the exact same person that white people do not have a culture.
Invented rape, and black people rape white people all the time.
Yeah, if Kanye West borrows a beat from like a white artist or takes something, from a white musician, puts in his song, nobody says cultural appropriation. Like it's the white people taking, borrowing from people of color.
Well,
And for someone to say white people don't have culture, like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It must be hard being white and always being wrong.
It's not even just about like the culture itself, but also just like, you know, I mean, I see stuff about like hairstyles or whatever, like anything like that. You know, if a white person wants to have cornrows or, you know, whatever, but you know, a black girl can have, you know, a weave that's blonde or can wear like colored contacts or
But
whatever.
you know what's even worse than that? You know what really disgusts me about these new millennial social justice warriors is that, for example, they'll talk about rap music. Some 20-year-old girl who was born in like 1995 will talk about rap music like it's her culture.
Yeah.
And the thing is like it's like we're talking about like some young girl who has never contributed anything to music, nothing to rap music, and she thinks she's above people like the Beastie Boys or House of Pain. Like, you've contributed more to rap music. It's more your culture than the Beastie Boys. Like, get the hell out of here.
People have this preconceived idea that because their ancestors did something, that it's theirs. Like,
theirs.
I'm not
buying that.
my ancestors had a Native American tribe, therefore I can wear a headdress if I want to, but you can't, because that's not yours to take. Like, that's not yours either.
Not only that, but if something happened to your ancestors, it also happened to you. So, you know, like, I'll see, you know, everybody's saying, oh, but, you know, my ancestors were put, like, slaves because of your ancestors, and so, you know, you should be having white guilt or whatever, you know, it's not just...
If I was white with that shit, I would really
Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Thank you. I would like to, thank you. I'd just like to bring this back a little. Can we all just suck on Devon's dick a little bit?
Oh, God.
Yeah, let's do that.
Again?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
My mouth is wide open.
I'm intrigued. I'm fascinated by what you guys are saying.
I know.
Okay, talk about
Whoa. Okay, so, Lelo, you do a very commanding position.
Me?
Would you... Yes, Chili's atheist. Chili's atheist.
I'm sorry.
Lelo, I am going to chuck you out of the chat. I'm going to chuck you out of the hangout because you're awesome and you're taking something. You're just taking it a different direction. And
I'm sorry. No
offense.
That's fine. I will sign out now.
I'm not kicking you out because you know my relationship with you, dude. We're absolutely fucking.
No. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Okay. I am totally aware of how passionate I get. So. Good, like
Palestinian scum. It's not. Listen. It's not a personal thing whatsoever, and Layla knows that. We've been in chats before.
I love Anthony.
Yes, and I love you too, dude. So I want to get somebody else in if I can.
Yeah, I just want to say goodbye to everybody. Thanks for the conversation.
Fantastic.
Hello.
I'll talk to you guys some other time.
It was nice to talk
to you.
Okay, take it. Yeah.
Follow Chili's Atheist. If you're not following Chili's Atheist, you ain't following shit, as far as I'm concerned.
There you go.
There you go.
No. Okay, love all you guys. Take care.
Love you too.
Love you.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Hi. Isaac, tell us about cutting heads off. I'm joking. Don't do that.
Are you sure, Jim? Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I will be so triggered.
Devin Tracy. Yes, hello. I'm just making sure you're still awake.
Still here.
I am barely awake.
Devin.
Yeah?
I was just wondering if you saw the Neil deGrasse Tyson Dawkins talk I sent you.
Yeah, I haven't actually looked at it yet. You know, it's just slipped up. I've been busy with some other projects. But I need to watch it.
All right. Oh yeah, I know. I was just curious to know what your thoughts of it were. Dawkins is...
I'm interested to see how that conversation flows, and I will definitely get back to you on it.
Yeah. And and just remember, I didn't do the videography for that. I wasn't there because it's awful. I had to edit around that, and I'm amazed that I made it look decent. I don't know why they got whoever did it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like those two guys. They're nice guys and smart guys.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Did anybody see Isaac's particular tweet that he put out this week with what was it, Isaac? What was that video that you put out? The worst video you could ever watch.
don't watch this.
Oh, that's pinned on my
there.
page. Tommy Robinson retweeted it for me. It was
Yes.
really nice of him.
Yeah. Tell everybody what happened there.
So if you're prone or can't handle any obscenity, I would stay away from it immediately.
Yes.
But
it's there if you want to
first
watch it.
minute, yeah, the first minute's got total.
You don't have to go into detail. Don't go into detail. We don't want to trigger anybody.
40 people get killed. And then the rest of the video is kind of me narrating what's going on, their perspective. They allow some Shias to repent before a war. If they don't come before the war, they don't allow anybody to repent in the middle of it. If a guy claims to be a Sunni, they'll make him pray right in front of them, and if he fucks it up, they'll kill him the moment he fucks it up.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's hardcore.
I gotta watch your videos.
It is very, extremely, very hardcore. It's like it's so much hard. I can't watch it. It's not that I don't want to watch it. And it's the reason why I don't retweet Isaac's stuff. It's not because it's not good. It's just that I don't want it on my feed, and that sounds awful. I just don't want it on there.
Yeah, and a lot of people.
Before you get, hold on. Let me just one more thing. And there's a moment in there where they're going after these specific militants that they know are generals that have run or hidden or whatever, hid. And in the middle of that, while they're shooting at this dude, there's a dude 2 feet from him. They don't hit that guy. While a car passes by on the opposite lane, they stop shooting. So they're in their town of Mosul, and they're trying to kill Shias, and they don't want to kill an innocent car that's right in front of the dude that they're trying to kill, so they literally stop shooting as it's passing by. They didn't do this before. You can see it other times. But in their hometown, it shows they have a coat of arms, is what I'm trying to say, a weird, twisted coat of arms that they follow.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. And Isaac, you put out content that I guess nobody really wants to do.
No, I don't think anyone on YouTube puts out any ISIS reviews or anything like that. I haven't.
Devin, have you seen any of Isaac's output with regards to that?
Yeah, I watched a couple. I think a couple weeks ago, and I know that he's doing a lot of ISIS-related stuff. I should catch up actually. I have some homework to do, I guess.
Can I say one thing? I'm gonna sign off real quick.
Okay, Matt. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being on, sir. You're an absolute pleasure.
Talk to you. I'm a big fan of Devin, but I want to say, like, I went to when we talk about social justice warriors, I went to a school where it's one of the places that fuels this movement. And like, you know, when we talk about these double standards and stuff, you have to go back to academia and like just talk about like why the fact is it that like we feel weird if somebody says, you know, I want an European American house when there are all these different European cultures, right? But like an African American house, an Asian house, all these houses are fine, even though there are people in those cultures who committed the worst atrocities possible. We talk about Japan, we can talk about all the genocides in Africa and stuff like that. And like, you know, I just think again, like it's great to like hear somebody like Devin. Like, I know I don't respect people who like don't respect themselves, and like, you know, for Devin to like have the guts to come out and actually speak on behalf of himself and like stand up for himself, even though he knows criticism is like a fucking great thing.
Absolutely.
I'll always stand up for you. Like, I really appreciate you, and like keep on doing what you're doing, man.
Thanks, man. I love hearing that. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. We'll talk again.
That's why I admired Devin's YouTube channel too. Unfortunately, well, like Dawkins himself is not a social justice warrior at all. But unfortunately, some of the people that work for him are, and yeah, I don't know.
I actually, Devin, I was wanting to ask you about what you think of Bill Maher and the way that he talks about the race issues here in America and the Black Lives Matter. Because I've noticed that, you know, like if he were to approach the topic the same way that he does Islam, he would. I think it's just really strange that he doesn't.
Yeah,
it's
you're
really
right.
weird.
I think you're right. I mean, I haven't seen his latest episode, but every time he talks about it, he just gives the standard mainstream, very safe answer, which is like, oh yeah, police brutality, that's the biggest problem. Like, yeah, poor black people. And you're right, he does not want the onslaught of hate that would surely come if he had some balls and spoke about the truth.
Right.
I mean,
he didn't speak about it this last episode. I think two or three episodes ago,
Mhm.
there was a Black Lives Matter, or no, I don't know who he was actually. He might have just been an artist or something, but he was really involved.
So
And it was whenever
Oh
those
yeah,
two.
the guy with Bernie Sanders talking about the rally.
Yeah, the two women talking or for the Bernie Sanders rally, and at first Bill was like, I mean, isn't that kind of rude? And then this guy was like, well, that's what I was thinking, but then I spoke to people and they were like, no, they were totally justified or whatever. And then
so
Bill
I
was
fell
like,
right
oh,
in
okay.
line.
Yeah.
it's absurd. I mean, the thing is, the whole thing is about proportions. Everybody knows there's a problem with bad cops or police brutality.
Right.
Or we all know there's racism in the world. It's to what degree, what issues are you ignoring, and what is your focus on? So like, it just is so shameless and willfully blind that guys, especially guys with platforms, do not address these issues.
Right.
And they pretend their proportions are all off. But I love Bill Maher in general. The guy.
Oh, I do too. He's
very
my favorite.
The guy's charming. He's funny.
Yeah.
The amount of entertainment value he puts on the table. Not to mention he does have balls, and he's been fired for saying shit. He's.
Oh yeah.
I think he focuses on the anti-government part of the Black Lives Matter, because I think he's a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. So he doesn't trust vaccines. He doesn't trust. I just think it's a part of him not trusting his government.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I
think
that he only doesn't trust the flu vaccines. I think that
the common flu.
Right. Which I mean, I kind of understand that, because I mean, it's really.
Yeah.
I mean, scientists do the best that they can to predict what strain of the flu will be coming that year. But I mean, I've gotten flu shots before. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that he's against the other ones.
Well, this is remember before we were talking about agreeing with somebody 100%? Like, I love Bill Maher. I put him in my lineup. The guy, when it comes to atheism, his views on religion, his political views, the guy's spot on, and he does so much good for those causes that it's hard to begrudge him on the things that I don't agree with him on. Which, I mean, he's a massive pothead. I don't smoke pot. I mean, it's not like you wouldn't call that a disagreement. I'm in favor of legalizing pot, but I don't know. I just there's way better targets to take on. But yeah, I wish he would be more honest about the situation of black crime. But,
I mean, I think that it wouldn't bother me so much maybe if it's just because he is so spot on about everything else that it's like it's willful almost. I mean. Of course, I mean, I'm on the same page as you are. I appreciate everything else that he does, but it's just that one thing. It just bothers me.
I think he has people. I think he has writers and friends and people that advise him, and he's like, he might talk about this in private. There's no way he's going to get on the air and be like, by the way, maybe we should address this issue that is toxic.
The black crime issue.
Yeah.
I mean nobody wants to talk about it.
Except
for
like
Fox News. Ugly. Can I just say something? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and to get to the caveats, you have to go through a lot of ugly bullshit, and people. That's not sexy. That's not how Hollywood works.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. But if you follow somebody like DeRay on Twitter, and I mean, it's painful to watch. I followed DeRay and that Bacchus guy. We were the two. Bacchus is a white guy. DeRay is a black guy. Who's the main? He's like verified on Twitter and everything. It's just fucking ridiculous. If you follow this guy, anything ever that happens where a white cop does something suspect against a black person, he will shout it out.
You know what I hate?
Shout that shit out.
I hate that they always reference Tamir Rice, this 12-year-old with the gun.
Yes.
Right.
The fake gun. Like, I cannot believe how dishonest this is intellectually. Do you know how many white kids or kids of all races who have done this exact same scenario has played out? Where a kid with a fake gun pointed at a cop and the cop shot him. This is so not uncommon. And for them to try to make this a race issue is unbelievably dishonest.
Yeah, if we could get, like if we could get a cop that follows you, and I'm sure there must be a cop that follows you. There's got to be. Within those 10,000 YouTube subscribers you got, there has to be a cop, black or white, that follows you.
Well, if it counts for anything, I was like 10 years ago. I was considering to become a cop.
That counts.
Yeah.
No, I actually did go through a prerequisite course for it, but then I decided no, it's not worth it.
I don't know where the argument goes. So if you say, look, we actually asked the police, and the situation where kids with fake guns that were shot by cops has happened this many times to white people, 1,000 times in the past 30 years. What did they say in response to that? I mean, they just say, well, okay, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about white cops being racist.
Yeah, well, they want to, I mean, another thing is that Tamir Rice didn't even have the, like, they had taken off the little orange, like, neon orange thing on the gun, you know what I mean? And I don't know.
But here's what it is. Here's what they do. They intentionally make it seem, they bring up these cases that are sad and tragic. Everybody is against the fact that this guy was shot, and this is tragic and it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
But they use the emotionality of the event and then try to leverage that into their cause. It's like, this is tragic. That has nothing to do with your accusations of racism towards the police force in general.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. If you, I retweeted something that DeRay posted today, and it was some fucking stupid. It wasn't a protest. It was a state fair where there was just a lot of black people going to the state fair, and they all had "Justice for Mike Brown" symbol. I mean, Mike Brown, the Mike Brown shit has been sorted out, like you said, Devin.
The worst
But
case,
people
yeah,
still
that's
talk
like
about
your
it
biggest
as
hit.
if.
Yeah, but you know what? The video I did on Mike Brown, that could have been seen as a controversial thing. I have received no negative feedback from that, basically.
Yeah.
That was like me dropping the microphone and saying, I'm right, Mike Brown is not the situation you've claimed it to be.
Yeah.
The facts are in.
The Department of Justice claimed it. I mean, there's no fighting that. Stop being an idiot.
people still try.
Yeah, but that's not the point. It's the misinformation. All these black people protesting that still think Mike Brown is somehow innocent. That's the point that they're making, right?
Yeah, hands up, don't shoot.
When I'm quoting 74-year-old black men who said, I would have shot that fucker sooner.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's pretty much game over, guys.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's what is missed. That is what is missed, and people don't even think about that. They don't look at what Mike Brown did. Devin is the...
No, it doesn't matter, because he was a gentle giant, you guys.
And again, they use a situation in which a young person is dead. That is sad. We all agree with that. He made stupid decisions. But they try to use the sort of the primal feelings that would engender. Like, oh, the guy's dead.
Right.
Surely we have to blame somebody for that. It can't be the dead guy. It's got to be a boogeyman. Who's the boogeyman? The white people. Okay, good. Let's go with that.
And it isn't getting any better. It's not getting any better. It's getting worse. I would literally encourage anybody who's on Twitter to follow DeRay or Bacchus. Well, Sean King. I'm blocked by Sean King, but follow DeRay.
I have yet to be blocked on Twitter. I don't really,
It's a badge of honor, huh?
But you know what? Yeah. There's so much drama, and with every current event that comes out, I'm just waiting. What's the next thing? A terrorist attack?
Yeah.
A racial killing? Every time, this stuff, the same cycle goes into effect. The same regressive people say the same regressive shit. It really is amazing that we just are waiting for the next news cycle. And what's it going to be? How are they going to spin it?
Right.
And if they try to spin it, I'll be there to point them out.
Honestly, we're waiting for a change. That's what
I'm waiting for.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dylan.
I'm waiting for a terrorist attack in Germany. There's a terrorist attack in Germany.
From Iran, dude. They're going to self-inspect themselves.
Didn't you just get 800,000 new subscribers to Germany?
That's a terrorist attack right there, right? Yeah. Well, some of those guys will be terrorists. That's the problem.
It might be 1%, it might be 0.5%, but that's all you need.
And you know what's interesting? It is true that some of these immigrants are happy to be in the new place. They want a better life. It's their kids that are the problem. So the kids of the immigrants, the first generation, you would think they'd be like, oh, sweet, I got a new place, let me assimilate. No,
they
go back to the
motherland.
Yeah, they want that identity. Go ahead.
Me, Josh, and Cece talked about this before the hangout started. And we were talking about what it was like for me in the 70s, living in England, where you might get the occasional kid in class with a turban, and it was like, woo, let's look at the guy with the turban, he looks kind of different and everything, but it was not here, it was just different. And then in the 80s, you started getting some Muslim kids in, but they weren't a problem either. When the 90s started, when you had the second generation of people that were living, that's when the problems start. That is, and I'm not an immigration expert, but trust me, I have lived in these countries where this shit happens, and that is what happens.
You know what I like?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know what I like about this hangout is that the three main topics we've discussed are sex, politics, and religion, which are the three things you're not supposed to discuss.
Good, then talk about them more.
Well, we haven't brought up abortion yet, guys.
And race, yeah.
Abortion?
What?
Milk taboos.
And yet hardly any of this has been about females.
Well,
yeah. Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
Kat, just your presence here. Your presence here has made us all.
This is not about women. It's not about women. We're not talking about vaginas anymore.
Okay.
I do have an anecdote. I was working as doing a report at a television station in a small, Lloyd. I don't know if anybody would know Lloydminster. Anyway, it's oil rig guys would definitely, but it's an oil town, and there were a lot of Christians there, and they have these Christian rallies every year and all that stuff. It's nuts. It's pure Ray Comfort, Kirk Cameron shit. Anyway, they were doing this demonstration against abortion. And so I was interviewing this one girl, and I was asking her, let's say in the extreme circumstance, both the child and the mother will both die. Do you think, and only an abortion will, like an I can't pronounce it, ectopic pregnancy or something like that. Yeah, yeah. And and do you support this? Would you support an abortion to save the mother's life? It's either it's either both dead or just the mother surviving. And she's like, no, if I was in that situation, I wouldn't get an abortion. And she has her hand to her chest because I wouldn't want to destroy that child's life just for me, and in sin or whatever. I'd want to follow Jesus, and it was such.
It's just delusional. I mean, and
well, that's the worst. That's the worst the Christians have to offer. These stupid idiots that are ready to put oppressive laws on women's vaginas and kill themselves in the love for the baby.
Well, in France, we have a case with Vincent Cassel. I mean, the guy is a vegetable now, and his parents are Christians, and they refuse to let him die. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Boris saying the guy's a vegetable. I love that.
Yeah, but no. I say vegetable because in France, when the people in that state, we call them légumes, literally vegetables. So.
Really? That's my new insult. My favorite insult. Vegetable.
I thought legume was a bean.
There's this Mormon woman that one of my cousins or aunts or somebody knows, and she got some tests done, or in an ultrasound or something really, really early on. It showed that her baby was going to be born without a brain, and they asked her, okay, so they ask her, do you want to get an abortion? And of course she says no, and she already has 3 kids, and so she decides to carry it full term, and they, knowing that it's going to be hard for her whole family, and for, they have to buy a casket right away and stuff, and I'm never going to forget that story, because it's just, I just can't imagine putting my family through that, I haven't had children yet, but once...
I know through that is...
My gosh, Christina, that's terrible.
Stuff like that happens in Oklahoma all the time. All the time.
So the child...
And I've had...
For the sympathy vote.
And I've had a really hard time finding a hospital that is not Christian-oriented. I finally found one, because if something were to go wrong, during the delivery, if they had to choose between me or the baby, they're going to choose the baby, which, it sounds horrible. I don't even like talking about it. Pregnancy is just one long anxiety attack for me. I am so afraid of like complications. I don't even want to think about childbirth. But I mean, to me, obviously, I don't know. It's really difficult. It's a really hard topic because, you know, I already feel like a mother, you know, I already love my baby. It's just really hard because, of course, I want her to survive, but at the same time, you know, it's really hard. It's a really difficult conversation. It really is.
I can talk about it. I'm a daddy. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's not.
And along the lines of like being against killing things, like they don't agree with euthanasia. Like that's
right.
really, really horrible. Like if you are in a complete state of like paralysis and you can't live your life at all other than in a bed and you're, like you said, a vegetable, it's horrible that they can't even let the person die.
Yeah.
They want
They just don't.
Yeah. They want them.
They don't
to...
respect the rights of. They don't respect the rights of adult humans.
Exactly. That's a human right.
Yeah.
Like to die.
I mean, and like I've been seeing a lot. I mean, last year there were a few stories about like people who had cancer. It was really painful, and they wanted to like have a mercy suicide, pretty much. And it was this big controversy, and you know, it's unfair that people should have to live through that if they don't want to continue to live through that. They know that they have a few more months or, you know, a year to live, and they're in a lot of pain, and they want to go out on their own terms, but they can't because the Christians don't believe that they should be able to do that. And so I don't know.
Can we take the conversation back to women loving Devon again?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about that all day.
Sure.
I'm just kidding.
I got one thought on the abortion thing. Like, I think what it is with the religious is they view abortion and euthanasia as humans playing God, and they only want God to play God. So you can't control life and death. That's God. So if God wants to flood the earth, that's His thing. He has a plan.
Mm-hmm.
It's mysterious, but just that's His territory, and lay off of Him.
Right.
What about like heart transplants? Why aren't they against that? Isn't that considered playing God?
Oh, some of them are.
They'll hedge their bets.
Definitely. I mean, some of them don't believe in, you know, cancer treatment. I mean, there's
abortion getting like human body parts for the babies right now.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, and they talked about that on Bill Maher, and you know, Bill pointed out that people are talking about this. I mean, as if they're just like selling body parts on the black market, as if it isn't being used, like as if it's not fetal tissue being used for stem cell research or whatever.
Yeah, the whole Planned Parenthood thing is an absolute hoax. It's total utter bullshit. Now, and this is something that I would like to talk about actually, and I would maybe like to take the conversation in a slightly different direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't said very much. I'm sorry. But the whole Planned Parenthood thing, you have news organizations like Breitbart. You know Breitbart, would be considered a right-wing news kind of thing, but not far right. And they consistently pump out stories that are correct. Okay, about many different things, about feminism, about all sorts of shit. And then they'll give one. They are on the side of Planned Parenthood not being right news kind of thing. But not far right. Mute, please.
Someone's got their speakers.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Lady with the blonde hair.
Yay!
Yeah, another go. Another go.
For so long.
So before we start talking to the new meat, Breitbart are a fantastic organization, as are many others, but when they get to certain things, my point is that you will be absolutely in complete disagreement with them about certain things, and in absolute agreement with them about other things.
Right.
It's so fucking weird. I can't honestly get my head around it, Devin. I don't know.
Yeah, I posted a Breitbart video, that video of that woman saying she wants white people to be killed.
Absolutely. Yes.
That was from their channel.
And that's the thing. It's like, you know, you have people agreeing with Ann Coulter and Bill O'Reilly, and it's like, am I left wing or right wing now? I can't quite remember.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well,
to them, we're all right wing because you can't go further left than them.
I am no wing. I have monkey wing.
I think
Who
the
do we
whole
have?
left-right thing.
Let me just introduce Laura.
Oh,
Lana.
it's Lana.
Lorna?
Yeah.
Lorna?
Yeah,
Hello, Lorna.
Lana.
What's your
Hi.
story? Hi. Welcome to
My
my welcome to my hangout, Lorna. You have myself and Devin Tracy, aka Atheism-is-Unstoppable.
And
Right.
Christiana.
And Christian
Hi,
and many other people. All right, you're all.
We're all here.
Yes,
This
we
is
are.
my first time.
It's
Hello.
also my first time, so.
Okay.
Hello.
Well, hello. Hi. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. What's your
My story is I've just been following the Roo for a while, following Devin, and enjoy all of his videos. And I just thought I might give it a shot and try and say hello to everybody.
Well, you can engage Devin right now. He's right here.
Well, very
Wow.
sweet of you. We are, Lana, we are 4 hours deep into this puppy here, so you are.
Yes.
I know. You guys are probably exhausted.
Yeah, I'm
Not really.
so
no.
tired.
Well, you can. Anybody can
I
eject
can
at any
talk about
time.
death all day.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
just-
probably gonna have to leave here in about 20, 30 minutes.
That's fine. Let's engage Lorna, please.
Okay. What is that draws you to my channel? Like, what are you interested in, or what compels you?
Pretty much everything that you do, honest. It's taught me so much. Just I was raised. My parents were not religious, but the neighbors were Salvation Army. So they dragged me to church for about 13 years, and I had the fear of hell and all of that put in me. And about 3-4 years ago, I hit upon the atheist experience, and I'm completely atheist. But when I hit your channel about, I guess it was about a year ago, I've watched every single one, all your videos. I agree with your point of view. I agree with the whole Muslim, Islam, Iraq, the Young Turks being just right off the wall, all of it.
Are you a closet fan of mine, or do you tell your friends?
I have, well, I live in a kind of a small community, and I do speak out. I do the best I can in my community. I'm just here in Florida, sweating my ass off here all summer. But, yeah, so, but I just watch to see what you have to say, and I don't know if I have a lot to add to the conversation, but
Lorna, if I can ask you, as a fellow fan of Devon, what other channels do you follow?
The other channels that I follow, I haven't followed many other channels anymore.
Are you unsubscribing more than subscribing?
I unsubscribed a ton. I don't watch any of the. I don't even really watch the atheist experience that much anymore since all of that went down with the white guilt crap.
Are you referring to Matt Dillahunty?
Oh, that far back. Wow.
Russell
Glasser.
Russell and his wife. I wasn't impressed.
What a looker she was.
Yeah, right.
Well, the
so
thing
all
is,
all that went down. I just honestly, I wait for Devin's videos to come out, and then in between that, I do a lot of drawing, and I work as a clown here in town.
That's awesome.
Incredible. I love that.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
What kind of drawing do you do?
What's your clown name? This is important.
My clown name is Lana Banana.
I know who you are now. I know who you are on Twitter. Thank you very much.
What percentage of the children cry upon seeing you?
Well, I try not to do full clown unless they pay me for it, because there's always some kid that says, I'm afraid of the clown, and they're really not, So.
Clowning is like a serious business. There's like clown college, right?
There was a Sarasota Ringling Brothers Clown College, and I was trained by an alumni from that college. So that was pretty good. That was about 10 years ago.
I'm a huge fan of Cirque du Soleil, and they have some of the greatest clowns I've seen live, and they really just orchestrate the show. I went to Vegas last year, and I saw pretty much every Cirque du Soleil there, and I'm always impressed with how the those French Canadians get those clowns in there because it's a good art form. I enjoy it.
It is a wonderful art form. It really is. Well,
Welcome.
I was born in Canada. My parents are from Germany.
Ah.
Let's see, they came from Nuremberg. So now I live in the U.S. because I don't do winter. I don't like that cold stuff. And
where in Canada were you born?
I was born in North York, Toronto, Ontario.
I'm all the way in Edmonton. Far, might as well have been in. Yeah.
I lived
living in
BC.
Canada is like living in Pangea, so I mean, it's not very local.
I lived in British Columbia for a while, in Vancouver.
So did I.
Back in the 80s.
And
So your parents left Germany. I think the translation there is war criminals escaping persecution?
No, actually, my dad fought in the last year of the war. He was 15 years old. He had 3 days training, and then he went out and fought in the Battle of the Bulge. And
wow.
My mom lost both her brothers. A lot of my family was killed. There's not many of us, but surprisingly enough, my parents survived, and in the late 50s, they immigrated to Toronto.
It's a nice choice.
Yeah, where my dad, they worked hard, you know, they never complained. He did 32 years as a firefighter and then retired, and my mom worked in the bank, and then they just, my dad passed away in 2005, but my mom's still alive, and she's still living in the house that my dad built in Toronto.
And what's your dog's name?
My dog here, that's Fidel.
Fidel?
Yeah, can you see him? I don't know if you can see him.
Yeah, I got a look. Oh, there he
Here
is.
he is. That's my blue, he's a blue pit.
Nice.
I love
Yeah,
blue
he's a good guy. He's a good guy. So I'm just raising a daughter here in Venice, Florida. She's 12.
Oh, what an age.
Yeah.
Is 12 is 12 better than 13, or is it get?
You know, she's going to be 13 on Halloween. That's the day that she was born, Halloween. So,
I've got families that work in restaurants, so in case if you are interested.
Your family does what?
Works in restaurants.
In restaurants?
Yeah, in case you are interested with your dog or something like that.
Oh, dog. He's making fun because Chinese people eat dogs.
Oh. That went over my head. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, it went over my head at first, too.
Oh,
racist.
I can
understand.
inject the Chinese people if you want. It makes things easier.
So, so Lana,
Yeah.
in Venice, Florida, is religion still a hot button issue? Are you surrounded? Are you?
Yeah, it is, and I'm a minority. I'm like
Okay.
a minority of like one. I haven't found anybody else.
You're behind enemy lines.
I really am. When my daughter walked into her classroom last year, there were signs on the wall saying Jesus and pray and stuff like that. This is a public school. So I was tempted to like do something about it, but I
unless
didn't
you're
really
booing,
want to
you're gonna get some hate.
put a target on my daughter's back, you know. So
Right.
I'm waiting for her to just leave that school, and then I'll probably do something about it. I just really don't want her to. She's the only child who does not do the Pledge of Allegiance in the morning. I've had her excused from doing the pledge because, of course, it says under God.
And that doesn't put a target on her, or?
Kind of did, and I ask her daily if she's okay and if anybody said anything to her. But you know, it actually was an option that the teacher gave me. It wasn't something that I thought about, but now I make a point of it when she starts a new grade that she's not to stand up and put her hand on her heart and do the Pledge of Allegiance, because I think once they put under God, it became a prayer rather than a pledge.
Well, I kind of think the whole Pledge of Allegiance is creepy too. I mean,
yeah.
The whole thing is because I don't know, just being
blind patriotism.
Yeah, I mean, like, you should help your community and all that, but you shouldn't be deluded thinking that you happen to be born into the best country in the world.
I think patriotism in small doses is fine. It's just that we have a history of it getting way out of control, and I think it's done. Yeah.
There is a flip side to that, though, Devin. If you before I left England in 2009, 2010, you were not really allowed to fly a flag like the
flag of England, the Red Cross or whatever, or the Union Jack, you were not allowed to fly it. Oh, no, so you weren't allowed to fly it. You would get into trouble. You would get the police knocking at your door saying, "Can you please just take that down? It's a little bit offensive."
The EDL didn't get that memo.
Yeah, Tommy did not get that memo.
Yeah.
Well, when I grew up, we used to sing "God Save the Queen."
Yeah, we did too.
This is in Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, good. I mean, I'm not saying that. Well, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I mean,
colonialism. Yeah.
Well, I mean, being proud of where you're from is one thing, right? Go ahead.
I think a lot of this is like nostalgia and just ritual. I think it's somewhat harmless. Although I think we should rethink why we do things. You know, why is "In God We Trust" on the bills? You know, let's get rid of that. It's time to change that.
Absolutely.
Why do we have a Second Amendment? Let's bring it to gun control. Screw all you gun owners.
Oh my gosh.
Devin, that's a good point. I think in general, rethinking or thinking about things, why your own society is the way it is, why you do things, is very important. Like, rote learning versus critical thinking version of learning. You know.
And that's what atheism is. That is a major rethink about this fundamental institution we know as religion. I mean, we're trying to do it from the top down. We're taking out the big dog first. But like, yeah, the Pledge of Allegiance, get rid of that. You know, so we need it.
Right.
Like Carl.
And I hear people criticizing other cultures all the time, even like Islam. People that criticize Islam, but they don't look at their own culture and see this.
What?
The stuff.
Careful.
Very careful what you're saying there.
No, I mean, yeah. No, I mean, like, you should be critical, a critical thinker across the board. Everything.
Yeah, yes,
Look at yourself, look at everything else.
But you don't equate Islam with any other religion.
No,
culture.
That's not what I meant. I meant to what I meant was think about everything deeper than just on the surface level.
We do.
And yeah, of course. And when you do think about things deeper on the surface than on the surface level, you'd be an idiot to think Islam's the same as modern day Christianity or the Buddhists in Myanmar that were attacking the
Yes, but you'd be surprised about how many people don't think it through that far. They just don't. They equate every religion equally.
Well, but even whenever people point that out, they still don't think about it. It's like you give them the information to think about and they don't. Like they willfully just, I mean, I guess the point of just denial, not just,
It's
ignorance.
willful ignorance. It's willful ignorance. But I was actually talking about that Islam and Muslims down at the pool just the other day, and I'm in Florida, so there's a lot of retirees all around me, and sure enough, one of them, clued in on it, and got very upset that claiming that I was sounding. I don't know if she used the word racist, because of course that wouldn't work, but she asked me if I'd ever been to any Muslim country. I said, no, I haven't been to any Muslim countries, but I don't think I have to be in a Muslim country to know what I'm talking about, if I've studied some of the Quran or any of the issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, that kind of reminds me, I've been talking to people a lot about the tipping here in America, the system that we have, and the way that other people, just the way that people see it, I guess. And anytime that I point something out that they don't agree with, they're like, well, I'm guessing that you're not a server, or you've never been a server or a waitress. And I'm like, no, but that doesn't mean I don't understand what is going on here, like, it's the exact same thing, really.
Right. It's like, do you have any, if you say something, they'll say, well, do you know any Muslims? Do you have any Muslim friends?
Right.
Aren't they very nice people? And that kind of thing. It really has nothing to do with how many thousands of people who are being beheaded, so what if you have it's just crazy.
Yeah.
What it comes down to is don't be against anything. If you're against something, you're the problem.
Ugly in course.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, people are deeply uncomfortable if you are expressing a negative opinion about anything. Really doesn't
Correct.
matter what it is.
Right.
I have another story about when I was in Lloydminster. A news story we did because there's this Islamic group there. Remember, I forget when it was. I think it was around Christmas. The mass killing in Pakistan by the Taliban.
The school.
Yeah. Okay. So there was this Islamic group, and they put on, and I could tell they did it just. They put it on just for the media. It was like an Islamic kindergarten, and they put this whole show on for the media, like to as a memorial thing, a grieving thing for what happened in Pakistan. And then there were a bunch of different journalists there, but so I guess one of the children, who was maybe around 12, sort of got out of the crowd, and that was our chance. Oh, we could interview him, and he said yes. So he was sort of talking without a filter, and some of the things he started saying were fucking incredible. Like he was talking about how he was proud of, like, he's saying like, oh, the Taliban are heroes, like, and all that stuff. We didn't say anything. We just were nodding and and while like the microphone's in his face, yeah, and it just like, and I was when I was walking out of there, I was thinking, what are these kids really being taught?
I mean,
right.
that happens a lot in Islamic State. I mean, they show you these wonderful videos, and they're so stunning. They're really, I mean, they blow Hollywood out of the park. But they'll have like these sessions where the kids will do the shootings and the beheadings, and it's one of the more depressing things that you'll see. Because,
It's sad.
Yeah, the kids, I mean, they're reciting the Quran like fucking Bukala, Takala, Rabba Sabarim, fucking going nuts, and they're like a 12-year-old. They did a mass shooting a few months ago at the Palmyra place or whatever, and it was like 15 people on stage. And it was all 13-year-old men that killed them. And it's just this crushing aspect. I mean, these people, it's all about who teaches you the religion. It's an interpretation. You can interpret it literally, and if you don't, if there's someone that teaches you to understand how the Hadiths and the Quran can be taken literally, that's all you need to get this form of radicalization.
But when people say fundamentalism, they have to understand fundamentalism means somebody's following the fundamentals of the religion, like Sam Harris brings up. When you get
face value interpretation.
Yeah, when you get fundamentalist Jains, that they're nothing to worry about.
Right.
Or fundamentalist Canadians.
There are Qurani Muslims. Yeah, there are Qurani Muslims, which are Muslims that are amazing in a sense, because the Quran is not. I mean, Quran's got pedophilia, it's got murder, but it doesn't have as much hatred and vitriol in it.